Recording in progress.
Good morning, everyone, and welcome to today's Portfolio Committee meeting.
Good morning, Chairperson.
Good morning, Honorable Minister. Let me just start with a few house rules before I do the official opening. As we are online, I've realized this week, as I've checked other portfolio committees online, I've just seen that, sometimes the issue of bandwidth is a problem. So if we go online, if you have sufficient bandwidth, please do open your camera because it's online. Public would like to see the face that's speaking to them. You can open your camera. If you do not have sufficient bandwidth, you can close your camera as long as we see your name clearly written on the gadgets. And with that, it means that at least if you have opened it in the beginning and you've closed it, we'll know who is the face behind the name. When we are going to have our interactions, you please indicate by raising your hand. Your hand will be acknowledged by myself. You can proceed then, and we will just follow our agenda. Disang, can you flight our agenda for us, please? Disang, I'm not seeing our agenda being flighted. Can we flight our agenda, please? So also, let me just then take this opportunity.
Okay, Chair. One second, Chair. My apologies.
So in the meantime, I think while we wait for Disang to flight the agenda, let me just take this opportunity to officially welcome everyone to today's meeting, acknowledging our Honorable Minister that is present in our meeting, Honorable Patricia de Lille, our Deputy Minister, Honorable Maggie Sochu, from the department, DG Vele and his team, from South African Tourism, led by Mr. Daryl Erasmus, and all of our honorable members that are present on today's platform. Let me just also do a few opening remarks. The committee is considering the first quarter financial performance of both department and SA Tourism for 25-26 financial year. And this is openly happening now in November, as the committee has, of course, been seized with governance matters, particularly at SAT, ranging from the dissolution of the board, court cases, and some malfeasance around contracts. Even this meeting today will still be looking at active contracts at SA Tourism, as there is a lot that has gone amiss in terms of contract management, from procurement to appointment of service providers without necessary acumen to deliver the goods, to services not provided, and clear acts of non-performance. So as a committee, we have been vindicated on our focus on these matters, as the President of the country has signed a proclamation authorizing the Special Investigations Unit to investigate allegations of serious maladministration and improper conduct in the affairs of South African Tourism Board. The information at our disposal is that the Proclamation 297 of 2025 empowers the SIU to investigate allegations of procurement of media buying services linked to 3 specific invoices and purchasing orders as well as payments made for services that were not rendered. However, as a committee, we have reasons to believe that more has happened than what is contained in the proclamation. The proclamation covers allegations that took place between 1 March 2020 and November 2025. It will also investigate any conduct before and after this period where it deems necessary. I hope this open-ended mandate in this proclamation will then assist in getting to the bottom of some of the issues at SA Tourism. So in the previous meeting, the committee had to send SA Tourism back in terms of the presentation that they've done, that they've given to the committee. And it was, the presentation did not have sufficient detail. It was void of some information that was really needed to be considered by the committee. So the revised presentation still lacks that necessary details, and it is really unacceptable. So we need the entity to ensure that it gives us clear details so that the committee can ventilate on some of these matters. The committee appreciates the SIU proclamation by the President, as it is going to unearth all the maladministration the SA Tourism has been hiding from us. With regard to Q1 performance, the committee commends the department for achieving 93.85% of its planned targets. However, there is a concern with the recurring trend of underspending, as the department incurred a cumulative underspend of 19% across its 4 programs. South African tourism also shows some green shoots of improvement, as it records 98% achievements of its planned targets. This is a significant improvement from the dismal performance in the past. The committee has always maintained a view that it is futile for the department to have an outstanding performance, whilst SA Tourism is underperforming as an entity, and that SA Tourism is the entity that consumes more than 50% of the allocated budget. So it remains to be seen whether these improvements in the Q1 report will be sustained throughout the financial year. The expectation by the committee is that this performance should be sustained. In the quarter, the department developed a number of strategies and reports. It is not sufficient to just indicate that these were achieved. For the purposes of oversight, it is imperative that the committee understands what is contained in these documents, including details of tourism growth, partnership plan, the National Tourism Statistics Plan, the National Register of Tourist Guides, the short-term rental framework, and many others. It is also important for the committee to get progress reports on the filling of vacancies at both the department and SA Tourism, including a progress report on the suspended officials, including the Chief Financial Officer. In the opening remarks by the Minister and the presentation by the Department of SA Tourism, it is requested that more information be given in all these matters to save time on the committee having to probe to these matters. So I hope that Minister, the Board, the Department of Tourism will be also taking us into confidence during our meeting. Thank you, Desang. I think we will now move to the apologies. Can you take us through the apologies and delegations, please, Desang? Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Chair. From the committee side, the apology I received is from Mr. Maejo, who's got a doctor's appointment this morning. He might join us later on if he makes it on time. And then from the delegation side, The board of SA Tourism have sent a formal letter, Chair, saying that due to prior commitments, they are unable to join the meeting today. However, the full dedication of the management of SA Tourism is present. And then in terms of the delegation present, Chairperson, if I were to just go through it, it's led by the Minister, Honorable Patricia de Lille, and then the Deputy Minister, Honorable Maggie Sochu, and then the Director General, Mr. Vele. Mr. Sipong Gomani is the DDG for Corporate Management. Ms. Malefane Maponya is the Chief CFO who submitted apology. And then we've got Ms. A. Malan is the DDG for Tourism, Research, Policy and International Relations. We've got Dr. Shamila Chetia, who is the DDG for Destination Development. We've got Ms. Maditonke Sitwaba, who is the DDG for Tourism Sector Support Services. And then we've got Ms. M. Munith, is the acting CFO. And then we've got Ms. Umpimetsi Sokwelelo, is the director for SEM. And then the representative from SA Tourism is the board that I have submitted, Chair. The apology that I've submitted. And then from tourism, SA Tourism, they are led by the CEO, acting CEO, Mr. Daryl Erasmus, and then we've got the acting CFO, Mr. Takalane Ramuva. We've got Mr. Tandiwe Matibela, who is the acting Chief Marketing Officer, and then we've got Mr. Siam Teto, who is the Chief Strategy Officer and acting Chief CBO. And then we've got Ms. Bronwen Allred, is the Chief Quality Assurance Officer. Then we've got the ministerial support, Mr. Kobus Kutsie from the Office of the PLO for the Minister. Ms. Judy Nikerk is the Cabinet and Support for the Minister's Office. Diane Charles, Chief of Staff for SA Tourism, CEO. And then we've got Mr. Ntlantla Kaba is the PLO for the Minister, for the Deputy Minister. Then we've got Mr. Thabo Makubedu is the Director in the Office of the DG, and Ms. Spectra van Niekerk, who is from the Office of the Director General. That's the delegation, Chairperson.
Thank you so much, Jisang. Thank you so much. And let me now see if there is a mover for the adoption of the agenda. Honorable members. May we have a mover for the adoption of the agenda? Can you assist Jisang in terms of recognition of hands?
We've got Ms. Ismail, followed by Ms. Lekharaba.
Ms. Ismail, over to you, Ms. Ismail, followed by Lekharaba.
Thank you. Good morning, Chair. Good morning to everybody on the platform. I hereby move for the adoption of the agenda.
Thank you so much, Honorable Ismail. Honorable Lekharaba.
Thank you, Chair. Good morning to you and everyone present in the platform. I approve the adoption of the agenda. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Lekharaba. The agenda is duly adopted. Now, we'll go to our next item on the agenda, which I'll give now an opportunity to our Honorable Minister, Patricia de Lille, to just give us a briefing by the Department of Tourism on the first term performances for 2025-26. Over to you, Honorable Minister.
Thank you, Honorable Chair, and good morning to all the honorable members and colleagues from the department and SAT. Once again, thank you for the opportunity to present the first quarter reports of SAT and the department. Chairperson, I want to join you in welcoming the proclamation authorized by the President yesterday. I informed the Portfolio Committee on the 2nd of September 2025 that I have written to the President asking for this proclamation. But the history of this is also important, honorable members and honorable Chair. In 2023, in the 6th administration, when I joined the department, we brought on board 2 investigators from the SIU on a contract basis because we discovered that for a period of 3 years. All the allegations and complaints that were phoned through the hotline of SAT was never investigated. The SIU seconded 2 people and we started the investigations, and as the honourable members know, that part of their initial findings was suspension of some officials at SAT, but also they recommended that the previous board be declared delinquent. I have consulted now with Advocate Motibe, and together with the department and SAT, we will, together with the SIU, bring a joint application to declare the previous dissolved board members delinquent. Also, Honourable Chairperson, the brief for the proclamation is quite wide, and I've specifically requested in my request to the President that we go way back to 2020, going up to 2025. That gives us the scope to deal with a number of allegations that have never been tested. And I will ensure that SAT do give the SIU full cooperation. I had a discussion with the chairperson last night, and to make sure that we get the full cooperation of the officials within SAT. The good thing about the proclamation is that the SIU can now go back and even go after those people that have left SAT. That is the powers of the SIU, and therefore I've asked for a 5-year span investigation. So I joined the committee and welcome the authorization by the President to that we can invest all of these allegations. Honourable Chairperson, without further ado, I will give over to DG Vele to lead us on the first quarter performance. The DG is joined by all the DDGs, and we have submitted, I've ensured that we have submitted the submission on time so that honourable members do have enough time to prepare themselves for the meetings. I do want to apologize also, honourable members, for 1 or 2 occasions where because of the delays in getting information from SAT, that we've not been able to always submit on time. But the Deputy Minister and myself, we are working on it to make sure that we don't show any disrespect to the committee members, and that we make sure that we do submit all the presentations and submissions on time for consideration by the Portfolio Committee. Through you, Chairperson, I will give over to DG to lead us further. Thank you, Chair, and thank you, honourable members.
Thank you so much, Honourable Minister. Thank you for the timeless presentations. Yes, we received it in time and could really interact with the presentations. DG Vele, over to you and your team.
Thank you, Honourable Chairperson, and good morning to yourself, to the honourable members, to the Minister and the Deputy Minister, and to all the colleagues. Honourable Chairperson, the approach that we are going to take, I will give a quick overview, and immediately after which then I will ask Program 1 to do very brief presentation, and then go to the other DDGs. We have timed ourselves because we realize that you don't have as much time and you've got 3 presentations to deal with. So if we can go to the next slide. There we are. Thank you. Overall, we have got quarter one performance of 93.85%, which comprises of program one performance of 94.44%. We were not able to conclude or achieve in full one of the targets, and that target, the DDG will speak to it. We by the end of the financial year, it would still look like this because it relates to the 30 days payments of invoices. Excuse me, to the payment of invoices within 30 days. Now, we had one invoice which was loaded onto the system, and after it had been loaded onto the system, the person who loaded it went on leave, and when the person came back, we were out of the number of days, and it was the send on button to the next person who should then make sure that it gets paid had actually not been done when the person left. What we have done to make sure that we mitigate against this particular problem is that we now have to ensure that all the invoices loaded in the previous day, we go through that to check the following day whether those have actually been dealt with and they've been concluded and there's nothing that is still hanging in the system. That seems to be working. So throughout, even let's say, for instance, we get 10,000 invoices, it will be 10,000 invoices, but there will be that one, and it will be 99.9999%, but it would still not be exactly 100% because we cannot round it off. Program 2, we had 92.31%. There was one target that we had not achieved. I'm not going to speak to it in detail. The DDG will speak to this specific target. And then program 3, we had 91.67%. Again, here, it was one target that we had not achieved. And you would note here, honorable members, that in programs that we have got lesser number of targets, we actually, just losing one target, it becomes a significant amount of percentage. But where we've got more targets, when you lose one, you still have a little bit of a cushion. Program 5, we had 95.45%. Again, there we had one target that we had not yet fully concluded, but it was good work in progress. Highlights here would also be that and this will be elaborated upon. In program 1, we are moving fast with the filling of positions that have been advertised and so on. So that is a good step in terms of the issues that were raised previously by the committee. In program 3, in terms of the first quarter, the target for jobs there was 400 in terms of the EPWP jobs, and we were at over 700. So that was also good. But we need to maintain that momentum going forward. And I will now give over to Dr. Ngomane to take us through program 1. The CFO is not here, but we are with Mr. Mohit Maharaj, who is also the Director Finance. He is going to speak to the financial information in detail. Thank you. Over to you, Sipho.
Good morning, Honorable Chairperson, honorable members, Minister, Deputy Minister, DG, and colleagues. Honorable Chairperson, I'm going to take the committee through Program 1 performance in terms of the targets that were planned for quarter 1. We had 18 targets during the period under review, and 17 of those targets were actually met. only one target has not been met that the DG has already alluded to, but I think it will also be proper that I talk to that as well. In terms of the first target, we have audit outcome on financial statements and performance information. The target was to make sure that we've got financial and non-financial performance information submitted to the Auditor General of South Africa. This has actually been successfully done and submitted to the Auditor General and the National Treasury. And then in terms of the percentage spending in line with departmental strategic priorities and outcome, we had to prepare a report on the percentage spent on strategic priority. This target has also been met. A report was developed on the percentage spent on strategic priorities. And then in terms of the percentage of procurement of goods and services from the small, medium, micro enterprises, the target was to ensure that at least 40% of expenditure achieved on procurement of goods and services are coming from the SMMEs. In this case, Chairperson and committee members, I must indicate that we achieved 91.56% on procurement of goods and services from SMMEs. This was an overachievement because the qualifying small enterprises and emerging qualifying enterprises were preferred by the application of the supply chain management policy on historical disadvantaged individuals specific goal scoring. You can go to the next slide. The fourth indicator was the percentage of compliant invoices paid within prescribed timeframes. The target here is that 100% of all compliant invoices are paid within 30 days. We achieved 99.96% because of one invoice that was not paid on time out of the 2,775 invoices that we received. In order to ensure that we manage this process going forward, the corrective action is that we'll generate the transition report of invoices captured on Logis daily to ensure that all posted invoices are processed. Register invoices received in the department in a central place. And this has actually proven to be working because with the Q2 report, we actually achieved 100% in terms of processing all the invoices received. Can go to the next slide. In terms of the target on percentage of procurement spend from compliant women-owned businesses, the target was that 40% of procurement spend must be from compliant women-owned businesses. During Q1, we achieved 77.96% of procurement spend from compliant women-owned businesses. This was an overachievement of 37.96% above the target of 40%. The women-owned enterprises were preferred by the application of the supply chain management policy on HDI-specific goal scoring. And target number 6 was to do with the number of public entity oversight instruments developed. The quarterly target is to have 4 tourism quarterly reports developed. For Q1, the SA tourism quarterly report was developed. Next slide. The next slide, indicator number 7, is the capacity alignment exercise conducted. The department is currently conducting an organizational realignment exercise to make sure that the resources that we have talks to the mandate of the department and also will be able to address the needs of the department. We had 2 targets in this case: to finalize approval of strategic priorities and then also to initiate assessment of capacity alignment gaps. Those two processes were initiated. As we speak, we are currently going through the organizational alignment processes. And then also, in conjunction with the capacity alignment exercise, the department is conducting an assessment of the current skills profiles for all employees in the department. During Q1, we were to develop the terms of reference for employee skills profiling and finalize that. That has actually been done. And then the human resource strategy developed and implemented for the current year. The HR strategy review was conducted during the period under review. Can go to the next slide. Academic excellence recognition program for tourism graduates implemented. This is to ensure that we collaborate with the institutions of higher learning to recognize all the top performing tourism and hospitality students in order to encourage students within the sector studying through the tourism and hospitality related studies to be able to advance further and recognize their commitment. We had to initiate the design of academic excellence recognition program for tourism graduates. This process has been undertaken to design the academic excellence recognition program for tourism graduates. And compliance with prescribed recruitment timeframes, we had to make sure that all the positions are filled within the prescribed timeframes as required by the Public Service Act and the Public Service Regulation. We had to develop a monitoring report for all posts that were approved for filling. The report was actually developed to reflect all the positions that were filled during the period. In terms of output indicator number 12, the percentage of compliance with departmental employment equity target we have to comply with
Honorable Chairperson, I'm not sure if we have actually lost Sipo or it's just on my side.
I think we have lost him, DG. If you could proceed to where he's left off. I think he had technical difficulties.
Thank you, Honorable Chairperson. I'll take over from here. In terms of the communications plan, so what we do, we put together a full plan. And when we say we have achieved 100% of what we've planned, we are able to actually go and say what are the things that we had said we would actually do. But we continue to try and position the organization, position the sector in terms of making sure that the message of what is it that we are actually doing is out there in the public domain. We continue to implement our audit, internal audit plan. Part of what we do, once we have tabled, Honorable Chairperson, supplementary to this, we then commence with whatever other aspects may have been highlighted by the AG that we should also focus on, even though they were not necessarily material. So we have got a weekly meeting that we convene to be able to go through those things and make sure that by the time we get to a point where we are supposed to submit to the AG for auditing overall, those things have actually been dealt with. Then we also bring in internal audit to make sure that they have gone through those things, so that it doesn't become our views, it becomes something that is also independently assured, and we take it through the audit committee as well. In terms of the digital transformation initiative, Yes, we'll continue to monitor the developments around that. What we have done thus far, we have done the maturity assessment, the digital maturity assessment overall, and that has given us a lot of aspects to say what are the areas that we are supposed to actually improve on. Now, what we will then have to do, because it is an expensive exercise in terms of bringing all the other elements that would have been required for us to reach higher levels of maturity. We have to make a decision as to what level of maturity would still be ideal given the kind of resources that we've got. And this would include things like whether people are able to interface with the services of the department online using applications and all those kinds of things. And we'll have to make sure that we make decisions with regards to that. How far beyond just what we do with computers to send emails and surf the internet. How far do we go in terms of making sure that we really are living in this digital age, so to say? The next slide. I'll hand over to DDG Malan to present further to DDG. Thanks.
Thank you very much, DG. Good morning, Honourable Chair, Honourable Members, Minister, Deputy Minister, DG colleagues. I will be presenting Programme 2's achievements for Quarter 1. As highlighted by DG in his opening presentation, the programme had 13 targets for Quarter 1. Out of the 13 targets, there was one target that we couldn't fully achieve, and I will speak to that. Honourable Chair, just also to respond to your opening remarks. Of course, Quarter 1 is usually the start of our process in compiling some of our research reports and our M&E reports. But as always, we stand ready to share the final reports with the committee or to present it if we are invited to present specific reports or systems. But coming back to Quarter 1 performance, around our monitoring and evaluation work, we had four targets. The first one speaks to the implementation of our international memorandum of understanding. So as I indicated, this is a project that we started with this year, and we have completed the work that we targeted for Quarter 1. Similarly, we started the process of monitoring the implementation of the white paper that was approved by Cabinet last year, and that was also achieved. We do have a National Tourism Statistics Plan for the year up to 2030. And there's an implementation plan to of course guide the implementation thereof. And our first quarter target was to have the report ready, which we do have in terms of progress in implementing this plan. Then we also are responsible for providing quarterly implementation reports for the tourism sector master plan, and that report was developed for Quarter 1 as planned. Next slide, please. The second output indicator speaks to the systems that we digitalize from our knowledge management unit side, and this work also contributes to the digitalization project of Programme 1 as presented by DG. We had We have two systems that we are working on this year. The one is the National Tourism Information and Monitoring System. This, of course, is work that is mandated by the Tourism Act, and we are continuously improving the system. And we were able to achieve the Q1 target. The second piece of work is around the National Register of Tourist Guide Information System. This is a system that we developed, of course, for the work done by the tourist registrars in Program 4. And we achieved the target set for Q1. In terms of our work around creating an enabling policy and regulatory environment, we had to develop a policy and regulatory reform plan for Q1, and that was done. Next slide, please. The second target under that output indicator speaks to the red tape reduction action plan that we had to develop to guide the work, of course, that we do, amongst others, through Operation Vulindlela, and that was achieved. We also had a target around short-term rental framework developed, and we did draft the framework, of course, for consideration by our executives in the upcoming quarters. In terms of the Tourism Growth Partnership Plan, we had to develop actions identified by the partner working groups. The TGPP developed and actions identified by the working groups. That work was done in Q1 as planned. And of course, currently we have advanced further, but we would present on that when the time comes. Next slide, please. In terms of the work that we are doing around our intergovernmental coordination, we have embarked on our district development model supporting outreaches. And in Q1, we had to develop a framework to guide these outreach program, and that work was done. The second target, quarterly target under that output indicator, was to host a MINMEC meeting. Of course, that is the meeting of Minister with the MECs. That is the target, Honourable Chair and Honourable Members, that we did not achieve in Q1. Unfortunately, dates could not be confirmed in Q1, but I can confirm that it was hosted just soon after the end of Q1, the first week or two of July. But unfortunately, we couldn't host it in Q1. Then in terms of our output indicator number 6, it speaks to the number of fora that we prioritize to advance South Africa's interest at a regional, continental and global level. And of course, the big target here was around the South Africa's tourism interest promoted through hosting the G20 tourism meetings. And our specific target for this quarter was to host the second G20 working group meeting. And that was done and achieved and hosted on the margins of Africa's Travel Indaba. Output indicator number 7 speaks to the outreach program of Minister and Deputy Minister to diplomatic communities. This is work that we started a year or two ago and has proven to be very successful. we are planning 2 outreaches for the current financial year. Q1 didn't have a specific target in this area of work, as the outreaches are planned for Q4, and planning commenced in this quarter. But we are on track with that target. Thank you very much, Honourable Chair. I'm going to hand over to Dr. Chettier for Program 3.
Thank you very much, DDG Milan. Good morning, Honourable Chair, Honourable Members, Minister, Deputy Minister, DG, Acting CEO and colleagues. The destination development slides are only 3 of them, and as DG's indicated, there were 12 targets in this quarter, 11 of which were met. This first slide speaks to the work that we are doing in our destination planning, investment coordination space, and with regards to the Tourism Growth Partnership Plan. The first target is the implementation of the Budget Resort Network and brand, and the work that we had planned to do in that quarter proceeded as we had intended for it to proceed. There was a significant amount of work done on the pipeline of nationally prioritized projects, working with provinces, metros, as well as the private sector to actually get our investment-ready projects ready for the investment summit that was going to be hosted in Q2. And similarly, the work that was done for the investment summit in Q1 was preparatory work. The investment summit, of course, was then aligned with the G20 process for Q2. We also developed the concept for the Tourism Growth Partnership Plan, and in specific element of work there was the plan for departments and entities and the role that they play within the work that is covered in the Tourism Growth Partnership Plan. The next slide then speaks to our work in destination enhancement. This relates to our work on 17 community projects, the implementation of 5 community projects that are in planning, the model for sustainable operations at various community projects that we're implementing, as well as the implementation of 14 tourism infrastructure projects that we are finalizing in partnership with various entities across the country, and the work to actually hand over our completed maintenance projects. So all of this work in these 5 different areas were achieved in Q1, and we're making very good progress towards closing out these elements of work towards the end of the year. The next slide then has 3 more targets, and the first of these targets it referred to maintenance projects that are in planning, and the work on these 2 projects proceeded in terms of the planning work. The target that was not achieved was the target on the condition assessment in 5 heritage sites. We had some challenges with finalizing the terms of reference for this area of work, but I am happy to say that that challenge is long behind us. And this work now has been proceeding very rapidly and very well in terms of completing the actual assessments. Our work opportunities target in Q1 was 400 work opportunities, and a total of 735 opportunities were achieved. So that target was exceeded, and the reason for that deviation, we call it, was that there was overlapping implementation of the Tourism Monitors program from the end of the previous financial year into Q1. We have listed those particular programs that helped us to actually meet this target. And in terms of the way EPWP works, you are able to count a work opportunity once in each financial year, if a program, of course, runs over multiple financial years. So this is permissible within the EPWP program, and we have, of course, verified that all of these participants were part of the program and were paid their stipends in Q1, and therefore report against this in Q1. That concludes presentation for destination development. I now hand over to DDG Sitwaba. Thank you.
Good morning, Honorable Chairperson, members of the Portfolio Committee. Good morning, Minister and Deputy Minister, DG, Acting CEO, and all of my colleagues on the call. I'm presenting the Tourism Sector Support Services Program 4. In terms of our targets, we had 22 targets. Only one was partially achieved. There were some efforts, but the efforts were not to the level that we had targeted for Q1. The targets that we had achieved, if we are to start with the first one, which talks to the number of incentive programs that we are implementing to support tourism SMMEs. The target for Q1 was to file a report in terms of the implementation of the Green Tourism Incentive Program, the Tourism Transformation Fund, and the Market Access Program implemented to stimulate inclusive growth and job creation. These reports were duly supported in terms of the report that we had reported on. With regards to the Tourism Equity Fund, the target was to report on the processes of the migration of the TEF to another implementing agent. Work was done and a report was duly filed. In general, another target was to review the tourism incentive program, and the Q1 target was to provide a report on the review process. In this way, we had been able to provide the report, including the work that we are doing in terms of reviewing the standard operating procedures for accessing the TIP. The next output that relates to the implementation of the Tourism Monitors Program, the annual target being to train and place 1,005 tourism monitors in all of the 9 provinces. The target was to recruit and select tourism monitors and prepare them for training and placement. This target was partially achieved in that the recruitment and selection of tourism monitors was conducted in KZN. The reasons for deviation was that with the processes and the intention to work on modalities in terms of how we are implementing the tourism monitors to be able to promote efficiencies, we entered into negotiations with partners and with entities. So before we could submit for implementation. The negotiations took some time. We submitted the concept document reporting on how negotiations went with all of the parties that we had consulted with. And by the time the concept was submitted for approval, the quota was gone. But we had been able to catch up in terms of the target in that 1,005 monitors across the 9 provinces were duly recruited and selected during Q2. Our output indicator related to sessions that we had targeted to have with government institutions to enhance visitor experience. We had targeted 10 for the annual, as an annual target. The first target, quarter one target, was to provide a list of those government institutions that we will deliver the sessions with, and also to develop a training manual. These two targets were duly achieved. This current year, Honorable Chair and Honorable Members, we had planned to offer 10 demand-led skills, and we are doing this in collaboration with various social partners for the tourism sector growth and sustainability. This way, at the planning stage, most of the demand-led skills that we had identified, and as a result, we were to submit project plans for all of the demand-led skills. The Tourism Graduate Recruitment Program, the project plan was duly submitted. The Artisan Recognition of Prior Learning Program, that is where we are skilling those that have got the practical experience but lack in terms of the qualification. We were able to devise a project plan which was submitted. We also underwent the recruitment and selection of the learners for the RAPL program. This was initiated and we recruited and selected beneficiaries into this program. The resource efficiency cleaner production, the implementation report was submitted. This is where we are training our youth for them to come up with solutions in terms of resource efficiency, water and electricity being the case in point. Another one, which is the Learn and Earn Youth Placement Program. The project plan was submitted. This is where we had identified learners. We are able to say these are the programs that we can put them for them to be able, while they are studying, are waiting for their qualifications to be conferred, but who lacks the practical training that is required. We were able to submit a project plan. The Women Executive Development Program, a project plan was also submitted, where we are identifying modalities in terms of which we can equip women, especially at middle management, for them to be able to occupy senior positions within the establishment where they are employed, or also to be able to start their own businesses. The tourist guides training, the project plan was indeed submitted, and the educator development program that deals with our educators that are offering tourism courses to learners. Project plan was also developed and submitted for approval and was duly approved. The support that we are offering to SMMEs, in that we are training them on the occupational health and safety norms and standards for tourism operation. The project plan was also submitted. The integrated service excellence, which is focusing on townships, villages, and small towns to be able to promote and enhance service excellence to these enterprises. We also were able to devise a project plan and submit it for approval. A culinary program as well, where we are continuing with the professional cookery and the food and bev skills development was also, the project plan was also devised and submitted and approved. Another output that we had planned for this year is to implement initiatives that will support targeted jobs and income earning opportunities. And this we are doing with the Pathway Management Network. a program. A concept program was also developed and submitted after negotiations with the pathway management networks. This will be your presidential youth employment initiative like Harambee and the Yes for Youth. We had meetings with them. We were able then to identify the ones that we are going to work with. And an MOU was duly supported, which identified mutual role players between the department and the national pathway manager, which is Harambee. That was achieved. In terms of developing a roadmap so that we come up with skills that will be aligned to the demand in the tourism sector. The target there being the roadmap, development of a roadmap, but the Q1 final being to finalize implementation plan with the partners to ensure that at the end of the current financial year, we will produce a roadmap in terms of what is needed and how we are going to ensure that we align the skills and what the sector and demand. The implementation plan was agreed upon, and it was finalized for saying what will be the road map that we will be taking with our partners in there. With regards to initiatives to promote sustainability and improve market access to our SMMEs, we were implementing 4 incubation programs, three incubation programs. The first one being the business advisory services that was biased towards women-owned enterprises. Is coming from the last financial year. It was the progress report was submitted in terms of the deliverables that are in the concept document. The other incubation program that we implemented was to increase the income generation for our homestay incubation program. We implemented this in the Eastern Cape, and we were able to submit the progress report. In terms of the compliance and resilience, a program that we are offering to improve the sustainability of tourism SMMEs. Likewise, the progress report in terms of what we have done in this regard was also submitted. A new target that we had put for this year is for us to be able to review enterprise development program to ensure that it is inclusive and that it is going to be able, what initiatives are going to be able to make our tourism sector to be sustainable, but also to be able to create the much needed jobs. We were to provide a report on the review process, and this was duly done. Thank you, Honorable Chair and members. That is the presentation from Program 4.
Thank you so much, Honorable Chairperson. We'll now go to the human resource information. This slide shows the workforce representativity as at the end of June 2025. The total number of employees in the department is 437, which is actually comprised of 384 Africans that set 87.9%, 21 coloreds, 4.8%, 14 Asians at 3.2%, and whites, 18 whites at 4.1%. Of these 437 employees, 21 of them are persons with disabilities. The total approved establishment of the department is 507. We've got vacant positions. As at Q1, it was sitting at 13%, which we are currently working on to reduce it. This slide shows the employees in terms of the occupational level as at the end of June 2025, where 7 of them are actually at the top management level. This is your DDG and the DG, and then 56 at the senior management level, and 220 professional qualified. This is more of your deputy director level, and then also 119 are your assistant director levels and actually professionals, and then 35 are at the semi-skilled level, more of your entry-level positions. I'll now hand over to Mr. Maharaj to present the financial information.
Thank you, Doc. Good morning, Honorable Chairperson, Honorable Members, Honorable Minister and Deputy Minister, colleagues, and everyone else in attendance. In terms of our budget progress up to the end of Q1, we have had our E&E budget is 2.4 billion, and we've spent 723 million of that, which translates to 30% spending. We projected to be around 1.1 billion by the end of the quarter, which is about 49%. So we have a variance of 465 million in terms of spending, which translates to a 19% variance. Taking this program by program, we'll start with the program 1, which is administration. We have an E&E budget of 364.2 million. Actual spending is 67 million. Which translates to an 18% spending. We projected to be at 91 million, and which should have been at about 25%. So we have a variance of 23.9 million, and that is a 7% variance. The main reasons for the underspending is primarily attributable to delays in the procurement of machinery and equipment, the impact of vacant posts on operational expenditure, the rescheduling of key activities such as the budget vote and G20 outreach events, late submission of invoices by the state attorney, and the pending finalization of lease agreements for office accommodation. So as a result, several planned expenditures have been deferred to later in the year. Furthermore, underspending on compensation of employees has occurred due to unfilled positions. In program 2, and this is just for the program expenditure, SA Tourism is under program 2, but we've split the report, so you can see the spending on each of between the actual program sub-program expenditure and SAT. So the E&E allocation for the Tourism Research Policy and International Relations program without SAT is 107.8 million. And they've spent 25.4 million of that, which translates to a 24% spending. The cumulative projected expenditure was to have been at 28.5 million, at around 26%. So the variance is 2.9 million, and that translates to a 3% variance. The underspending in program 2 is primarily attributable to lower than projected travel and subsistence and logistical expenses linked to hosting and attending international meetings, as these activities were largely conducted via virtual platforms. The underspending on compensation of employees has also occurred due to unfilled positions. Then looking at SAT, we have a budget of 1.3 E&E budget allocation of 1.3 billion, and they've spent we've spent 559.6 million of that, which translates to 43% spending of the allocation to date. The projected expenditure for SAT was 962.1 million, which translates to 74% spending that ought to have been achieved by now. The variance is 402.5 million, which is a 31% variance. So the main reason for that is that in terms of Section 29 of the PFMA, it provides for interim funding when the national budget has not been enacted by the start of the financial year. So it permits withdrawals from the National Revenue Fund up to a maximum of 45% of the previous year's appropriation in the first 4 months of the year. So in accordance with this provision and upon receipt of the necessary documentation, it was decided to transfer an amount of 559.6 million, which is limiting ourselves to the 45% threshold in terms of the PFMA. So the remaining portion of the first quarter tranche will be transferred following the approval of the 25-26 appropriation bill, and that was done in quarter 2. So moving forward to the next program, which is program 3, Destination Development. They have an E&E allocation of 331 million. They've spent 23.6 million, and that translates to 7% spending against their budget allocated. They ought to have been at around 55.2 in terms of projections. That is around 17% spending. So the variance of actual against cumulative is 31.6 million, which is a 10% variance. So the underspending is mainly due to delays and deviations from the projections across several EPWP projects, together with delays in the receipt of related invoices, which needed to undergo vetting and evaluation before being processed. So less than projected spend on travel and subsistence has also contributed to the operational underspending. The underspending on CAU of employees has occurred due to the unfilled positions. Then moving on to the last program, which is program 4, Tourism Sector Support Services. They have a budget allocation of 331.6 million. They've spent 47.9 million of that, which translates to a 14% spending. The projected spending was at 52.1 million, that is 16%, and the variance is 4.2 million, which translates to a 1% variance. And the primary reason for the slight underspending in program 4 is due to the late approval of projects resulting in deviations from projections. The underspending on compensation has occurred due to unfilled positions. So that's insofar as the program by program breakdown of the spending. The next slide just gives us a quick snapshot in terms of the economic classification, a breakdown of the spending. So you will see that our current payments, mainly compensation of employees, we have an E&E allocation of 432.9 million. We spent 95.6 million of that, which is 22% spending. We projected to be at around 108.2 million, at around 25%. So the variance is 12.5 million, which is a 3% variance on compensation of employees. In terms of goods and services, we have a budget of 402.3 million in terms of the E&E. We've spent 41.1 million. That is 10% spending. We projected to be at around 93.2 million and around 23% spent already. So the variance is actually 52 million. That is a 13% variance in terms of goods and services. In terms of transfers and subsidies, under the category of departmental agencies and accounts, we have an allocation of 1.3 million and we spent 579.6 million of that, which is 44% that has been spent. We projected to be at around 962.1 million, 74%, but there's a variance of 382.5 million, which is a 29% variance. In terms of the category departmental agencies and accounts. In terms of foreign governments and international organizations, we have a budget of 2.8 million. We spent 2.6 million, which is 91% spent. The cumulative projected was 2.8 million. At around 100%, we have a variance of 253,000. which is a 9% variance. On this one, those numbers won't change simply because we've paid the full amount owing to the UNWTO. That's the United Nations World Tourism Organization. And the variance there is primarily due to exchange rate fluctuations. So it effectively is a saving on that particular line item. In terms of public corporations and private enterprise, we have a budget of 176.6 million. We spent 1.9 million. It's 1% spending. We projected to be around 15 million. So there's a 8%, 8%, which would have been around 8%. The variance is 13 million, which translates to a 7% variance. I should say that on that line item, we budgeted for spending for TIP within the public corporation and private enterprises, but in the final analysis, we transferred monies to SAT for some of the market access and grading. So it actually reflects under the agencies and accounts. That's about 20 million. And in the end, we will do the environment of funds from public corporations and private enterprises to that particular line item. It should be said that at the onset, we wouldn't know which entities we're going to transfer to. So in terms of budgeting, we have budgeted for under private enterprises. In terms of non-profit institutions, we have a budget of 480 million rand. That is for the FDASA transfer, and that transfer is due to occur. So we didn't plan on spending anything yet, and you can see there's no variance in terms of our plans. Households, 4.129 million. We've spent 165,000. That is 4% of the budget has been spent. We projected to be at around 886,000. We have a cumulative projected expenditure of 21%, and we have a variance of 721,000, which is a 17% variance. In terms of capital asset, buildings and other fixed structures, and this is primarily for your EPWP infrastructure projects, a budget of 104.7 million, and we haven't spent any of that to date. Up to the end of the quarter. Machinery and equipment, we have a budget of 5.6 million. We've spent 2.5 million, so we have a 45% spending. The projected was 6.5, gives us a projected 116%. So we actually have a variance of 4 million, which is 71% variance overall in terms of machinery and equipment. And that brings me to the end of the financial presentation. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Chairperson. That concludes the presentation from the side of the department.
Time for him to be instructed.
Honorable Hlongo, just mute yourself, please. Thank you so much. Thank you, DG, and thank you to the department for the presentation. We are running over our time by 20 minutes. So I would just like to now hand over to South African Tourism to also do their presentation. Then we'll receive both presentations, honorable members, and then we will do our deliberations. I know, and then as we move along, you separate your questions for the department and you separate your questions for SAT, and then they will then interact with it. So over to, I think the CEO, Daryl Erasmus, or the acting CEO is in the meeting. Over to you, Daryl and team.
Thank you very much, Honourable Chair, honourable members of the Portfolio Committee, Minister, DM, DG, and all the colleagues on the call. I just would like to confirm that you can see the presentation.
Yes, we can. Daryl, you may proceed. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Chair, just in clearing up how we will present this, I'm going to present the performance information. The acting CEO will present the financial information. And just to reiterate the Secretariat's comments in the opening remarks, the executive team are on the call and will be able to field any questions once we've concluded. Chair, the presentation will be for quarter one. I'm going to jump straight into, let me just see if I can get it to move. I'm going to jump straight into page 3, which takes us to the sector performance. This is again quarter one, so April, May, and June of this year, and the information that is being provided is January to June of 2020. We are excited to report that international tourist arrivals grew by 11.9%, reaching just under 5 million arrivals for the 6 months under question. In quarter one of the year, foreign direct spend also increased by just short of 5%, and then tourist arrivals in quarter one of 2020 also grew by 5.7%. This is a trend that we have noted, and we are excited to report back on quarter two and soon to be quarter three in the coming months. There has been a significant upward trend and upward tick in terms of international performance, and we're very excited to be able to report that back to the Portfolio Committee at future occasions. Domestic tourism from an overnight trips perspective declined slightly in quarter one, as well as the spend declining slightly, but we are comfortable that the day trips have increased and showing a very positive trend. The number of day trips has increased in the period to 27.1 million trips. An overview of South African Tourism's organizational performance for quarter one, Honourable Chair, Honourable Members. You'll see the programs that we will be covering are the corporate support program, business enablement, the leisure tourism marketing, business events, and tourist experience. For the quarter in question, we had a total of 46 targets, and we are very chuffed to be able to report to the Portfolio Committee, excuse me, that 45 of the 46 were met for the quarter in question. And to your point, Chair, we intend to continue on this trajectory for the remainder of this fiscal. The executive team, together with the team at South African Tourism, is absolutely committed to making sure we continue this kind of performance. This is just a visual representation of the number of targets that have been met versus those that were not achieved for the quarter. And I'm going to jump straight into program 1, Chair, corporate support. So corporate support, I'm going to be focusing on the middle column, which speaks to quarter one, and then the progress. In this particular case, the first one is the implementation of 25%, a minimum of 25% of the valid internal audit recommendations. The team and South African Tourism managed to achieve that by implementing almost 60% of those audit findings. So again, just acknowledging the massive commitment that the team are making to make sure we address all of these audit issues. Then the second target for the quarter is the implementation of the Operation Clean Audit. The Operation Clean Audit program held 3 meetings in the quarter, obviously looking at the status of audit findings and addressing their root causes. Confirming budget allocation. This was at the beginning of the year, so important that we confirmed budget allocation for each of the business units for the 2025-2026 related year. That was done, and also the necessary related accountability signatures were obtained from the relevant executive committee members. There was also capacity building that was done, as well as training on SEM Code of Conduct that took place during the quarter on the 19th and the 23rd of June. Again, just reiterating our commitment to ensuring that the supply chain policies and supply chain procedures are followed and respected. Moving then on to the next page, I'm now on page 7. This speaks to the human capital deliverables in quarter one. There was a requirement to publish new internal newsletters. There was a requirement to do peer recognition, which were both achieved. In addition, Honourable Chair, Honourable Members, the South African Tourism team committed in quarter one to reviewing our operating model to ensure that we have the optimal functioning model to deliver on the entity's both 5-year strategic plan, but also on our APP targets. This has been reviewed, and we did so with the guidance of the Minister. We also engaged with the DPSA and got some very valuable insights from DPSA, and we are continuing to get support from DPSA in terms of this process. The last one on the page was for a productivity matrix. The deliverable for the quarter was to develop the productivity matrix. I'm pleased to report back that that was achieved, and in quarter two, when we report back, you will see the approval of that process was concluded. Moving then on to business enablement. This was the one program where we did not achieve one of the set targets, but in this particular case on this page, I'm addressing the quarter one targets for the strategic insights and analytics teams. That was to produce departure survey fieldwork reports, which were achieved in the quarter. Also to develop the framework, Chair, Honourable Members, for the sentiment index. Again, that developed framework was concluded and produced. It was also our responsibility from a stakeholder engagement perspective to convene strategic dialogue sessions with the tourism sector and specifically the key role players in the sector. I can report that that was achieved, and we did a bit of work with the Tourism Business Council of South Africa in the lead up and the planning towards their leadership conference, which took place, and we've referenced the dates in the columns here in which we did that. Recognizing stakeholder contributions to achievements in the tourism sector. Very important that we work very closely with the tourism sector. And I can also report back here that the Johannesburg Expo Centre, which were the hosts of the G20, was the first entity that was recognized as the first entity that was graded. The recognition was published in our Tourism Tuesday newsletters, which are newsletters that we distribute both internally, but also through all of our platforms and to all of our different trade partners. In terms of the MOU with the Tourism Business Council of South Africa, we had a number of engagements to ensure that we are continuing to deliver and partner with the trade. The reference to the dates is being noted here in the Q1 progress. There may also be some questions later in order to preempt them about the TOMSA levy collection. I can confirm that members of the board, in fact the board chair, myself, and members from the TBCSA and TOMSA have a meeting in the beginning of December to talk to the transfer of those funds, which are linked to the MOU. We are also, part of our deliverables is to conduct fora where we engage very closely with the provincial tourism authorities. In particular, we have a CEO's forum, but there are also CMO forums that took place in the quarter as planned. It took place at the end of the month in June. And then also participating and supporting the Department of Tourism during the course of the quarter also happened. The business enablement target that was not met relates to the traveller application digital platform. In this particular case, that was not met. The reason for the deviation was the phased approach that was planned for the rollout of this traveller application or traveller app was not submitted to EXCO in time in this particular quarter. I can tell you, and the corrective measures do allude to this, that the necessary corrective action was taken very early in Q2, and the necessary presentation of this developed process or developed approach was approved by the South African Tourism Executive Committee in July. I've also worked very closely with the CMO and obviously the team in question here, and we are making good strides forwards in terms of making the corrective action, but also taking the necessary action to ensure that there is no underperformance moving forward. I'm going to move on then to leisure tourism marketing, Chair and honourable members. This is the big job of South African tourism, to position the country as a premier destination for both leisure and business events. In this particular case, we're talking to the leisure component. The development by the brand and marketing team of global brand campaign toolkits was achieved in the quarter. It was one of our deliverables, as was activating the global brand campaign at Africa's Travel Indaba, which I'm sure the members of the committee will recall took place in May. We had a very successful and very well supported brand village, and I do recall during our walkabout with the Deputy President, he joined us in the brand village and did enjoy some of the activation that we had on show during the Africa's Travel Indaba. Moving then on to page 11 is the implementation of integrated digital marketing strategy during the year. We needed to establish the baseline for performance of our social media platforms. That was done in Q1. The implementation also of one communication activity to profile our destination at Africa's Travel Indaba was done, and we did that through partnership with the CNBC Africa channel or platform, and we hosted township and rural tourism panel discussions at Africa's Travel Indaba. Also part of the brand and marketing, and specifically on the communication side, is the implementation of 9 global public relations communications activities. And this is all about putting content into the media space to strengthen our brand. I can confirm that that was met as well, and a total of 14 pieces were produced during the quarter that obviously assisted us in showcasing and profiling Destination South Africa. Then to develop and approve our annual domestic leisure tourism implementation plan. That was done and has already been approved and is being rolled out. And then from a domestic market perspective, implementing distribution channel initiatives is part of the deliverable, and I can report back that we implemented 5 of those activities in collaboration with the provincial tourism associations and in some cases non-traditional partners during the actual quarter in question. This particular slide, Chair and honourable members, speaks to the localization of the work that we do, the the work that we do in market. You will notice that there is reference to the Africa region, there's reference to the European region, as well as the Americas on the slide, and it speaks to the development of the localization marketing activities of the global brand campaign in region, but also speaks to the number of distribution channel initiatives that each of the regions need to participate in and achieve during the quarter. Just to confirm, and again, considering that this presentation has no doubt been engaged extensively by the committee, that we have, for all of these different regions, met and exceeded the target in terms of the localization work that needed to take place, but also the distribution channel work that needed to take place. Moving on then to page 13 is a continuation of the previous one, and this specifically speaks to the Australasia or Asian Australasia region. Again, where the necessary localized campaigns were concluded and the necessary distribution channel initiatives were done with members of the trade in market. And then lastly on this page is the work that we do from an embassy support perspective. This is the work that we do with the missions, so providing them with information and content. We were required to develop and approved a localized marketing campaign implementation plan for all of the embassy support markets, which was concluded. And we also did a number of distribution channel initiatives with the support of the different embassy and the different consulates and the different missions in market through the embassy support team. Moving on to business events, which is the work that is concluded and delivered by the South African National Convention Bureau. The first deliverable here is part of the Meetings Africa work that we do, and the Q1 target was to conduct an economic impact briefing for Meetings Africa 2025. That was done. Also in the quarter, very importantly, from a strategic platforms perspective, was to host Africa's Travel Indaba 2025. Africa's Travel Indaba 2025 was hosted at the ICC in Durban from the 13th to the 15th of May. We had some great metrics. We hosted 1,348 exhibitors, which was an increase of 6%. Also, 27 African countries were present at the show. And we also noted an overall attendance increase of just under 8%. And just under 10,000 total attendees. So again, illustrating the economic impact that a show like Africa's Travel Indaba has for the city that in which we hold it. Then in terms of bidding, the target for the Q1 was to submit 40 bids for the MICE industry in the particular quarter under question. We exceeded it by submitting 41. I know that there is a report that is being concluded in terms of the process and how we're doing in terms of conversion, but that information will be shared in further updates and further committee meetings. Then hosting 3 business events in villages, small towns and dorpies. Again, that particular one has been met. I can confirm that business events were held in the little towns of Rawsonville, in the town of Malalan and Mpumalanga, as well as in the town of Mildersdrift here in Gauteng. And again, in this presentation, we've given the specific dates as well as the names of the business events that we managed to move into these VTSDs to support them. And then continuing with business events, this is the support from a market access perspective. We were targeting to support in the region of 40 South African tourism products and promoting them from a global perspective and a market access perspective. The Arabian Travel Market Strategic Platform allowed us to profile 20 products, again, given the dates there of the show that took place. And then IMX Frankfurt, which is a show that takes place in Germany and is more business events focused. At this particular show, we were able to profile 22 products during the course of that particular show. Moving on then to the development of the work that takes place in our B2B or business to business brand campaign work. And again, we had a deliverable to develop and approve both the domestic but also the global B2B work that the South African National Convention Bureau does in order to help generate awareness of the services of the South African National Convention Bureau, but also to help grow leads that we can then convert into bids and support. Tourist experience. These are the last 3 of the programs or last 3 targets in the programs that we'll be covering. The target for Q1 was 1,125 graded establishments. That has been exceeded. Implementation of the basic quality verification, that's BQV program in Gauteng, that was implemented and is still ongoing. The BQV evaluators have conducted assessments across several of the areas across the province, including Pretoria and Soshanguve, Ga-Rankuwa, Malodi, as well as Atteridgeville. And the provincial quality assurance specialists or the PQASs are doing a lot of work around screening those particular properties that were evaluated and making sure we support those particular properties who did apply for the BQV accreditation to get through the process. The last one is the implementation of initiatives around route access, and this particular one was achieved. At Africa's Travel in Durban, there was an air pavilion or an airline pavilion that was held. I think if my memory serves me correctly, there were about 19 airlines, if I'm not mistaken, on that particular platform. So again, we had really good support and really good access to market from an airline perspective. I'm going to hand over to the CFO to take us through the financial performance, and then I'll come back to finish off the presentation. Over to you, Takalani.
Good morning. Thank you, Acting CEO. Good morning, Chairperson. Good morning, Honorable Minister and Honorable Deputy Minister, the DG, and colleagues. If maybe I can just get confirmation if you can hear me.
Yes, Takalani, we can hear you. Sorry, you can continue. Takalani, we can't hear you now. Can you try that again? Sorry, Chair, I just want to confirm, is it only me that can't hear Takalani? Or is it a general problem?
Yeah, he must be experiencing technical difficulties. I can't hear him as well.
Okay. Let me just check. Sorry, I'm trying to present and manage the audio, so it's becoming a little bit of a challenge here. Takalani, please let us know if you can hear us. Chair, I'm not sure what's happened with Takalani. I'm going to continue. For the financial performance, this is specifically on the revenues page. The transfer from the Department of Tourism in terms of the APP annual budget was just over 1.3 billion. The income forecast by the end of June was 559,600. Percentage of actual income on the annual budget is 100%, and the percentage of actual income on budget. Hello? Sorry, I'm getting feedback. Was 43%. Then the sundry revenue, sorry, I'm not sure why I'm getting so much feedback. Try. Chair, apologies, I'm going to try and share this again because I was getting terrible feedback on this side. Okay, I'm going to continue. Then sundry revenue. In terms of actual income on the annual budget, 40%. The sundry revenue, which includes exhibition revenue and bank interest, also show exhibition exceeds the forecast. So we are on 121%. That was largely because of Africa's Travel in Durban taking place. In terms of grading revenue, Chair and honourable members, the APP target or APP annual budget is just over 14 million. We also, I know during the month of, I think it was March, April, we had some free grading initiatives, so that has obviously impacted on the revenue as well, but grading revenue has declined slightly due to the reduced number of establishments being graded. And then TOMSA levy collection, as I mentioned in the earlier discussions, that we do have a meeting towards the beginning of December to talk to the TBCSA in terms of our TOMSA levy collection. The financial performance, expenditure by program, corporate support, you can see the numbers there, the annual budget versus the expenditure. In terms of expenditure forecast to be achieved by the end of the quarter, and then as well as the business enablement, the leisure marketing, business events and visitor experience, they all listed in terms of a percentage, as well as the percentage of annual budget. I'm going to continue. And then lastly, the financial performance, this is expenditure by economic classification. Compensation of employees was sitting on 87%. We have got a number of staff vacancies, and we do still have a vacancy rate, which I do believe has shrunk significantly in the past quarters. But as at the month of end of the first quarter, we were sitting on 163 employees against our 202 headcount. So that would be some of the saving. Goods and services, the goods and services expenditure, Chair and Honourable members, during the period was generally in line with what we experienced on a year-to-date budget perspective. The costs will obviously be monitored by the CFO and the finance team, who will continue to track both spend and delivery. Then capital expenditure, the savings that we achieved in the first quarter were through obviously the acquisition of some assets, Chair, which were at a lower than anticipated cost. I think just again giving the committee some sort of comfort that we are very attentive to the pricing that we are paying and ensuring that we get value for money when we are procuring CapEx. In terms of the financial performance, the analysis of goods and services, we just have a breakdown here for you particularly. You will notice that there's a significant amount here on hosting, which is quite high. That's largely being driven by the work that we do around Africa's Travel Indaba. And then obviously from a production and activations perspective, the reason that that is significantly higher in the first quarter is because of the implementation of the global brand campaign that took place during the course of the first quarter, as well as the different toolkits that were generated and provided to the different in-market countries. I'm going to move on then, Chair, to the human capital management and specifically employment equity statistics, which are presented now. As I mentioned, we had a staff complement at the end of the first quarter of 163. 29 of those are located in our country offices. So they're indicated on this particular slide as foreign employees. Then in terms of the split between male and female, 46 of those 163 would be male, and this is in the South African office. And then female 88, 34% is male and 66% is female. You also then have a split across the occupational level in terms of senior management down to semi-skilled, and the different employment equity that is current state across the organization as at the end of quarter one. Moving then on to page 22, Chair and Honourable members. We have the board meetings that took place in quarter one, where we have indicated very clearly the purposes here of those particular meetings, whether they be ordinary meetings, whether they be special meetings. There were a number of board engagements here that were linked to Africa's Travel Indaba, both the launch but also attendance at Africa's Travel Indaba. So that information has been contained here. It continues in terms of the committee meetings that took place. As part of the board's functioning, we have the Marketing and Commercial Committee, or MARCOM Committee, the TGCSA Awards Committee, the HC Remco, as well as Audit and Risk. And you can see from the presentation here that there were a number of ordinary meetings that took place, as well as some engagements that took place specifically between the Tourism Business Council and South African Tourism in the period under question. Then the slide 24 reflects board remuneration for quarter one. I'm not going to go into any further detail there. I think it's self-explanatory. And then the final slide, Chair and Honourable members, is just a list of acronyms that we have included just for ease of use. Chair, that concludes the presentation. I'm happy to leave it there, and we'll take questions from the committee members. Thank you, Chair.
Hi, Darren. I think the chair proposed that you do the both presentations and then the members engage with all presentations.
Yes, you are correct, Disang. We are going now to receive the second presentation. We must just be cognizant of the time, please, so that we do give honourable members sufficient time to deliberate on all the presentations. It's just that DG Vele and team have taken up most of our time So I think next time when we say a high-level presentation, that we do just that, a high-level presentation, because we are furnished with the information, and that we don't just read through the presentations, but that we just do some add-ons, and put some meat on the presentations that we've already received as honorable members. Let me just now hand back to Daryl and team for the last presentation. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair, honourable members. So this is a presentation that was submitted following our last engagement with Portfolio Committee with some amended changes. I'm going to ask Takalani, because he was present at that particular session, to take you through the presentation. But before I do so, I just want to commit, and again, I'm speaking to your opening remarks, Chair, where you said there was information that wasn't yet contained in this presentation, which you would like to see. So I just want to commit South African Tourism to providing you with whatever information it is that the Portfolio Committee needs or requires. We just want to obviously get clarity on what that is so that we can make sure we can comply with the necessary request. And then also, just before Takalani continues, the full list of the South African Tourism Contracts Register has also been provided, and should there be information that is contained on that contract register, again, we would be more than happy to provide clarification in terms of what the Portfolio Committee or yourself, Chair, would need. So I'm going to hand over to Takalani and ask him to take us through this presentation. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Daryl. Over to you, Takalani.
Thank you, Acting CEO. Thank you, Honorable Chairperson. And apologies, when I tried to put up the camera earlier, then network kicked me off. So I would just remain without to avoid another disruption, if it's okay. I will take through the committee, and again with the date, it was just based on the submission date. We can go to the next slide. This is just the overview about SA tourism. We can go to the next slide. Next slide, please. Yes, this slide just provide at least a background or a process in terms of when we award contracts. We start from, because of bigger contracts, I'm looking at tenders, perception, that will then have the annual procurement plan that is approved by the board, which is also based on the approved APP or annual performance plan, as we just presented now on the Q1 side. We then go through a bid nomination of the members, the ExCo to approve those members that are part of the committees. The committees will include the specification and the approval of that specification before it goes out to the public. We then publish those in the open market. Ordinarily, we go through more than 30 days or minimum at least of 30 days unless there are justification for earlier closure. And we evaluate when projects above 10 million rand, we then go through a process of internal audit to probate those projects that are above 10 million rand thresholds. And after internal audit, then it goes to the bid adjudication committee. Bid adjudication committee then make a recommendation to board for approval. So this is now the highest level, but however, if it's less than 10 million, then it ends at bid adjudication committee, and probity is not mandatory because of the capacity and the number of transactions that are available in that or within that threshold. But however, there are still some transactions that, depending on the complexity, the number of bids that we are receiving, or the risk that we have identified, we also subject those to probity regardless of the threshold. We can go to the next slide. This slide, it was an extract of the Auditor General audit that concluded 24-25, highlighting the area and the risk area And key to highlight, it was also based as much as we, as an entity, we got a qualified audit, but however, in terms of the procurement and contract management, if we look at 22-23 and 22-23-24 were on red, and then 24-25, then it was on the green, which relates to the contract management. And also one of the area that we have identified by putting up these stringent measures in terms of managing the procurement and the contracts. This has also one led to the reduction of the regular expenditure that we do not have any that was confirmed as for 24-25, and the other were just issues that were under deliberation between Auditor General, National Treasury, and SET in terms of the qualification, in terms of what qualifies or whether those findings were deemed valid due to the dispute between the entities. And also AG also referred that there was decline in terms of the regular expenditure, as we indicated that there was none that was confirmed or reported within the 24-25 period. We can go to the next slide. We also just highlight from the based on the program and the contract value and the amounts that are paid, and including the remain on those contract. Key from the corporate support, we have about 18, and we then highlight each of the program, but I'll go to the issues that have been highlighted or uplifted within this presentation. Under business enablement, which is program 2, we have 46, and on the tourism execution, which is bigger because of the market and every that's where we have a lot of activities, and then business in events and the visitors experience. We can go to and lastly is that in terms of the active contract, we referred at being under just 2.6, and payments have been made against these contracts 1.5, and it's because they are also continuous. We can go to the next. We highlighted mainly, ordinarily we don't go in detail in terms of highlighting contracts or our supplier's name, but however, because the current or referred supplier has been noted even from the portfolio or in different sessions that we had, it was then important to then highlight specifically around the WWB contract, which is around the marketing and communication agency. However, the work that they were providing, which ended in August, was relating to activation, planning management service, logistic, and production management. We had amount that was owed at 21 million. However, we highlighted the key issues that have been identified, and some cut across to other service provider, just not solely on the WWP contract. One, there was performance-related issues in terms of work delivered that the project leaders deemed that were not in line with what it was briefed before the start of project, and those have been ongoing in terms of the engagement and the type of portfolio of evidence that's required to determine that indeed the work was done to the satisfactory. We also highlighted the risk when we overlook or we are lenient in terms of the issues, and we second point under the issues is the non-submission of documentation proving that work had been successfully completed beyond the satisfaction, but that there was work that was done in terms of having the portfolio of evidence. This was one of the area that has been a key issue, and committee might recall that we, in terms of risk, we highlighted that should we just if we had just push in terms of just making those payments, this might have lead us to a risk in terms of having fruitless and wasteful expenditure expenditure, which is similar to the 4.1 or issues around the material irregularities that from the audit, they were not able to determine that the work was fully completed, that the money that was paid or the funds that were paid could be related to the work completed. So that is the risk that we're looking at. In terms of the way forward, we also indicate that we have been continuously engaging with the service provider. We had a meeting already during the presentation when it was shared. The meeting was still a feature of the 14th of November, and we did had that meeting, and there was a way forward and conclusion or resolution that were agreed upon by the parties, including continuous engagement with the service provider. And key to highlight is that the meeting was quite cordial in terms of the engagement, and the parties were able to note the areas that requires improvement, and for SAT to be able to make those payments, and those are ongoing. There are even other meetings that are set later in the first week of December as these are continuous issues. There were also late submission of invoices after the execution of the event, such as the Indaba, where it took more than 2 months for them to share the invoices. And when we highlight this, they advised that they were ensuring that the work and getting everyone that was involved in the project before they close off the process, that they are aligning the invoice, matching with the purchase order and the work performed. That was the response that they gave us to say why the invoice took longer. And this, when they took longer to submit to us, it then had an impact because they already lost 2 months for not submitting those type of invoice. And now when they submit to SET still needs to go through the review of ensuring that they are three-way matching. And when they are now back and forth, it then aggravated the issue of the late payments. But then the root cause from it also was informed by the late submission. There was some work that were done when rendered for outside the scope, and this was even flagged for the New York office through the internal audit reviews. And other area that we have also picked up as one key issue was on the failure in terms of them managing the third parties, because their contract or their involvement, in some instance, they will be able to provide the service with their own internal resources based on the rate card. And part of, again, on the contract, where service, they need to render a service and they do not have such capacity or they need the expertise, they will then render part of the project management fee, where they charge a fee, but they have a third parties. And we noted that there were some quality issues in terms of the submission of those invoices. So on third parties, if there was a conference and they book a conference as an example for that activation or a venue, we still require an invoice that match what we require, what we requested or what was on the purchase order. When the invoice from the third party is not aligned to the service provider and the PO, then there are still then those back and forth to ensure that there is alignment. And if there was reduction in terms of the cost from the third party, that should translate back also on the main supplier, in this case being WWP. And if there are any issues, we are able to communicate continuously in terms of any queries that are identified. And also to note, out of the 21 that we also referred that they have we still need to verify before we make payments. There was also an amount of 8 million that they have, roughly around 8 million, in terms of the collection that they have run through during the ATI process, that they still need to pay SA Tourism. So that's the figure that we wanted to highlight, but the engagement are ongoing, and these are the collection that they've received from the exhibitors during the execution of the ATI. We can go to the next slide. There was a question around the global brand campaign. Here we're just highlighting that within this contract, there was issue of Accenture Song Media, which is a global PR agency that we have in our books, and the contract value referred, or in terms of the threshold, was at 58 million. And however, the global brand campaign was executed within this contract, but not at that value of the 58, but that's the contract value of the agency that was supporting. And we have not experienced or being made aware in terms of any issues with the service provider, being it on payments or delivery of the service. The PUME were just highlighted in terms of that we have noted that there have been also a lot of parliamentary questions around this, that we highlighted that there was never an appointment for PUME for 100 million. However, it was for two services, which was the registration at 870 and the sales service, and these were once off or just specific to the Meetings Africa service that ended in Feb 2025, and post that there was never any work contracted with the service provider. We can go to the next slide. There was also question relating to contract relating to Meetings Africa and Africa's Travel Indaba ATI, and this in terms of Meetings Africa, we are contracting for 2026 to 2030 event. That's for Meetings Africa, and the awarded service provider was Joburg Tourism Company, and for ATI, same again for 5-year period, was KwaZulu-Natal Tourism and Film Authority, and Meetings Africa remains in Joburg as it was in the past, and also again for the ATI will remain in KZN for the next 5 years. And this was also announced by our Honorable Minister when after the award to the public beyond SAT, announcing also, as we always do for each and every contract awarded. We also have the Exhibition Management Company tender that initially was cancelled with all the leaks that or the mishandling of information in the past. Then we had to restart that process, and the process is currently at a very advanced stage. It has passed all the levels and currently awaiting the final review or consideration, which will be within this week, unless during those meetings this week we are requested for any further information. However, based on what has been submitted, if we are getting away in terms of the award for that would be within this week, or latest I can refer to the 27th of November. So that's the exhibition management. In terms of there was also note in relation to Nigeria and America contract stemming out from the meeting held on the 28th of October. On the America side, the matter is under investigation, and I can then just add that this also was based on the audit that was conducted and by internal audit, and further to that, then there was a recommendation to have the investigation on the matter, and it has been ongoing from internal side, but also to note that one of the key contract within this one is part of the SIU proclamation that has been announced or mentioned in terms of the media buying, and our Honorable Minister also highlighted at the opening of the session. In terms of Nigeria, we had highlighted that we're not aware of any contract challenges at the moment, or in terms of the active contracts, because of the precision was relating to active. But however, it's still important to highlight that the challenges that we had for the office for Nigeria was due to the vacancy that we lost a finance manager, and we had a struggle in terms of finding a suitable replacement for the Nigeria Finance Office. So without that finance manager, the main challenges were relating to payment, where they were also relying on individuals that were based in South Africa to try and assist with those payments, who were already overburdened by acting and having different roles within the organization. That also had a negative impact in terms of the Nigeria office, but I can safely report that we have securely appointed a finance manager at the beginning of this financial year, and the person is also based in Nigeria and is able to and have managed to clear out all those issues, and then any contracts or that had issues, so it's not the case anymore, and payments are done on time within that office, because now they have a dedicated official that's just focusing on that specific office. We can move. I think that's just the acronym or the abbreviation, and with that, I thank you. And if there will then take the questions. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Honourable Chair. That concludes our two presentations from South African Tourism.
Thank you so much, Acting CEO Daryl and team. Let me now give our honourable members, because I know they are waiting in anticipation to interact with the presentations. Let me give our honourable members an opportunity to raise their hands. We will note your hands now, honourable members, and then you can pose your questions, deliberations, remarks. Disang, please assist in terms of recognition of hands. Honourable members.
Yes, Chair. We've got Honorable Songo, Honorable Ishmael, Honorable Linde, Honorable Likharaba.
Okay, I did not catch that, so I think you will assist as we go. I think I heard you said Honorable Hlongo. Is that correct?
Honorable Ishmael, Honorable Linde, Honorable Likharaba, and Honorable Tito. Five members.
Thank you. Can I come in, Chair?
Yes, you may proceed, Honorable Hlongo.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. Let me take this opportunity and greet the Minister, the Deputy Minister, DG, DDG, the delegation from South African Tourism, and all honorable members on the platform. Chair, because of time, I'll just go straight to my questions, starting with the questions to the department on their first quarter performance. How far is the department with the process of filling in vacant positions, as this led to underspending in the first quarter of 2025-2026 financial year? When is the anticipated date for the consideration of Tourism Growth Partnership Plan by Cabinet? And what are the insights that the department has observed in the South African Tourism First Quarter Oversight Report, and what actions has the department taken in that regard? And then lastly, for the department would be, was there any movement of staff across departmental programs as a consequence of the capacity alignment exercise? If yes, has this had a positive impact on the implementation of departmental mandate? And then I'll move to the presentation of SAT, the first presentation of SAT, of course. On program 1, which is corporate support, what are the key findings from the completed review of the operating model, and how will these findings impact the organizational structure, staff functions, and budget allocations going forward? On the issue on women in senior management, What is South African tourism's current percentage of women in senior positions, given that the previous year stood at 48% against a 50% target? And what is the timeline to reach the national 50% threshold? Unemployment of persons with disabilities. What concrete measures is South African tourism implementing to move from 0.6% towards the 2% national requirement, especially given this target has been missed for over 2 years now? On program 2, with the TPCSA withholding TOMSA levy contributions, what financial impact has this had on the SA tourism's revenue, operations, and marketing activities? How has South African tourism engaged TPSA and TOMSA on this matter? And what agreement or way forward has been reached to stabilize this revenue stream? The targets for developing the phased approach for the Traveller app was not achieved due to ESCO submission delays. What were the reasons for the missed deadline, and what corrective actions has been taken beyond consequent management, and how will South African tourism ensure this digital transformation milestone is met going forward? On program 3, on the global brand campaign, the global brand campaign was implemented but remains a long-standing Auditor General concern. When will South African tourism present a comprehensive report to the committee outlining the activities, procurement processes followed, the implementation approval, and the full cost breakdown? Now I'll then move to the last presentation by South African tourism, the one that they just presented now. The presentation reflects that South African tourism currently has active contractual agreements worth 2.6 billion. Payments have been made against these contracts worth 1.5 million. Is there true or a misstatement Is this true or a misstatement, as the payments seem low given that this is the third quarter of the financial year? Of all the contracts, are there any repayments contracts? If so, how are these managed? And then here's this one. Given that a company called WWP Group was associated with a 1 billion Tottenham Hotspur Football Club sponsorship deal in 2023 and a 4.1 million irregular upfront payment in 2021, which led to the material irregularity findings by the Auditor General, what is the current relationship between South African tourism and the WWP Group? How much is in tenders in South African tourism currently contracted with WWP Group? How much is owed by South African tourism to this company in outstanding payments? And then lastly, how far has South African tourism gone in recovering money based on the recommendations of the forensic report into the 4.1 million upfront payments for goods that were never delivered? Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Flongo. Honorable Ishmael.
Okay, thank you, Chair, and good morning once again to everyone on the platform. And let me welcome the presentations. Firstly, I want to welcome the proclamation by the President of the SIU investigation in SAT. I think it was, it should have been done a long time ago. Secondly, Minister, with regard to the provision to dissolve the board and declare them delinquent, just for clarity, you're referring to the previous board, the one that approved the Tottenham Spur deal, I'm assuming, right? If your answer is yes, Minister, we know you fired that board and that was welcomed. But did you, Minister, then declare them delinquent? I'm asking this, as we know some officials just resign and there's no consequence management. So if you have, complied with the direction of the SIU recommendation, as you stated earlier, they can still be taken to court in terms of the Companies Act to be declared a delinquent, and obviously any monies that is then due, I would say taxpayers' monies that are still due, can be, recovered. And then, Chair, we just through you, Minister, can you table all previous and current forensic investigations to the portfolio committee? You know, the Nkobani forensic investigation report, the Abacus forensic investigation report. I think it's very important for us as the portfolio committee to actually, we've seen lots of media, etc. But I think it's welcomed if you take us into your confidence and actually give us all this and go through it with us so that we actually fully understand it, so that when we actually looking and hearing from the media outside, we actually know the gist and the facts. My second question is on the SA Tourism Audit Action Plan, page 23, number 38. I note you state under management action, you do not agree with the findings. Please, can you provide more specifics? Because what I'm understanding is that you say the investigation report was submitted to the HSA via the CEO, and management is not aware of which individual the findings refer to. Now, this actually is telling me that these investigation reports are not made available to the full management or to the full board. I want to understand, why can't the full board be privy of these investigations? How is the board expected to implement consequence management, or, to correct measures, or to put correct measures in place to address irregularities highlighted in the investigation report, and to implement consequence management on the responsible person as highlighted in these investigation reports? And then my third question, before I go to the awarding of the contracts, on SAT again, on corporate support, program 1, on implementing internal and external audit recommendations. Can you perhaps confirm from 2019 to date what specific irregular and fruitless and wasteful expenditure was highlighted, and what consequence management has been implemented thus far? And please, if you could specify as to each irregularity and action steps taken to implement consequence management, whether it be by the internal audit recommendation or the AGSA recommendation or any other forensic investigation. I'm going to quickly go on to the contracts now. I had quite a few questions, but my colleague has covered some. So the SCT contracts, my first question is, on the point of tenders, and usually tenders are awarded for 3 years, why do I see there's a 5-year contract award for WWP? And then my next question, please can you advise how many forensic investigations were undertaken by SAT in this past years? How many SIU investigations? We need these tabled at our PC meeting, as I stated before. And Minister, through you, I think it should be coming from you. Please provide full details on the 3 invoices as highlighted in the proclamation of the SIU investigation by the President. We've got the numbers, the purchase order number, etc., from the Gazette. If you want, I can mention it, but I'm sure you already know it, Minister, and SAT. And then my next question, these cases that we're referring to now, what is on that contract, award, the contracts that were awarded, and the irregularities and the forensic investigations? Do any of these cases involve the SAT officials, like especially Nombulele Goliwe? And please specify each case and the amounts we're looking at, because by just getting the cases, we're actually not getting the clarity with regard to the amounts. And then can SCT provide specifics on the amount recovered from WWP and the amount still owed by Goliwe as per the consequence management implemented of the 4.1 million rand? I want clarity on how much is the deficit, if any, with regard to the 4.1 amount. And then please provide more specifics, particularly regarding the 1.487 rand for the 360 content filming that WWP did not provide an invoice for. Was that 360 filming content provided for, or was it offsetted as well? With regard to the Tottenham Spur deal, I'm not going to be speaking too much on that. I just want to mention one thing. The fact that WWP Pty Limited was involved in the Tottenham Hotspur sponsorship deal, and we know we're looking at an amount of, an upfront payment of 30 million rand to WWP. I can't understand how was this arrangement agreed on, but just on that point, considering that WWP was already an issue with regard to the Tottenham Spur deal, how come how do we have that WWP still is allowed to be awarded so many contracts by SAT? Because just looking at your you sent us the contracts and all that on a different spreadsheet, and looking at it, I'm seeing a lot of WWP contracts, and I just want to understand, how do you actually correlate, knowing full well irregularities that have taken place, etc., etc. And then that's also with the dome issue. I wanted to ask questions on the international hubs, but Chair, I think I'm going to submit written questions so that we can save time and others can also ask questions. Thank you, Chair.
Well, thank you, Honorable Ishmael, because you did go to your 10 minutes. Let me just give also an opportunity to Honorable Linda. Over to you, Honorable Linda.
Good morning, Honorable Chairperson and colleagues. I want to thank the department for trying their best to improve on its workings, and I want to also thank for the presentation. I can see there's really an improvement in the department's way of doing. Chairperson, firstly, I want to speak directly or question Minister and maybe our DG on the Tourism Equity Fund. The ongoing process to migrate the Tourism Equity Fund from CETFA to another implementing agent is creating uncertainty. What is the definite timeline for the completion of the TEF migration, and what criteria are being used to select the new implementing agent to ensure efficiency and transparency? Minister, regarding this tourism development projects currently in limbo at the Small Enterprise Development and Finance CETFA, and of which your promise report has not yet surfaced, could you please provide the total number of projects in this category, the combined value of all these projects, quantified in terms of the number of jobs they are projected to create, and their overall estimated economic impact? Minister, before the Select Committee on Economic Development earlier this year, you stated that your department had informed CETFA of its intention to terminate its contract. But before Parliament in October 2025, you completely changed your tune and told us that the CETFA contract had in fact not been cancelled, and that you would send me a detailed report on the TFF project and Madikwe. This does not add up. With reference to Madikwe Mountain Lodge, what is the status of the approved CETFA project, and have you given the go-ahead to my apology? Have you given the go-ahead to start the implementation now? And if not, when will you give that go-ahead, Honourable Minister? Chairperson, then the failure to host on the delayed tourism MINMEC, the failure to host the tourism MINMEC in the first quarter is significant oversight. This forum is critical for the coordination of national and provincial tourism policy and addressing service delivery challenges. Its delay undermines governance and strategic alignment. What was the specific reason for postponing this crucial intergovernmental meeting, and what tangible impact has this delay had on the policy coordination and addressing provincial tourism challenges? Then, Honourable Chair, on the Tourism Incentive Programme, what are the precise terms of reference for this programme review? And when will it be conclusively finalised? And what interim support is being offered to stakeholders who are depending on these incentives during this period of suspension? This stop-start approach harms businesses and the confidence of investment into the tourism sector. Chair, this is my only questions for the department, and then on SA Tourism. On Programme 5, we note a glaring contradiction. The report boasts of grading 4,474 establishments against a target of 1,125. Yet, in the same breath, it states that grading revenue declined due to a reduction in the number of establishments being graded. Which report is accurate? So can SAT please provide a detailed reconciliation of the number of establishments graded, the revenue collected per grading, and explain this fundamental discrepancy in the official report that is presented. On the lack of impact reporting for marketing activities, Chair, while we note that all 17 marketing targets were met, the report only lists activities like developing campaign plans and participating in exhibitions. What we are missing is the outcome. What was the measurable return on this investment? And can SAT provide the committee with data on the increase in tourist arrivals, website traffic, or leads generated specifically attributed to the Q1 marketing campaigns? On the employment equity, for over 2 years, SA Tourism has failed to meet the national 2% target for the employment of people with disability, currently standing at an unacceptable 0.6%. This is not a new problem, but a persistent failure. What concrete time-bound corrective plan is now in place to rectify this? Will the review of the operating model directly address these barriers within the recruitment and retention policies that have led to this ongoing non-compliance? Chairperson, then lastly, I want to make a proposal to add to your recommendations that to prevent future reports from being activity-based instead of outcome-based, SAT's quarterly reports to the committee must include a dedicated section on outcome indicators that include tourist arrival numbers from key source markets, estimated economic impact in rands of major campaigns and secured business events, and a detailed reconciliation of the marketing spend versus results. I further recommend, Chairperson, that the Auditor General conduct a focused forensic audit on the Tourism Grading Council's revenue and reporting processes for this specific period. Chair, thank you. I am covered by the questions already asked on the contracts. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honorable Linda. Honorable Likharaba.
Thank you, Chair. Good morning to you, the committee, honorable colleagues, the Minister, DM, NDT led by DTVL, NDT led by Darren Erasmus, and everyone present in the meeting. Good morning. And it goes straight to my questions, Chair, as time is no longer our time. The department chair, successfully achieved your most of your first quarter targets, demonstrating effective planning and strong implementation of this program. The department achieved its first quarter targets. Can you outline the key drivers behind the performance and indicators?
Honorable Likharaba, apologies, Honorable Likharaba. Is it possible just to move around wherever you are? Because I'm struggling to hear you clearly. I'm not sure if others on the platform can hear you clearly, but I am really struggling to hear you clearly.
Chair, can you hear me? Chair.
I can hear you now, Honorable Likharaba.
It goes straight to my questions. Department, you successfully achieved your first quarter targets, effective planning and strong implementation of its program.
Honorable Chair, sorry to interrupt. We can't hear the honorable member. Thank you, Chair.
Yeah, that is what I was stating, Honorable Likharaba. Just move around with your gadget perhaps and see if your signal perhaps picks up, and then we'll see if we can hear you much more clearer. Yes, Honorable Likharaba. We can't hear you at all now.
No, to sponsor this, I'll be trying to find my way.
Chair, please give us 2 seconds. I'm just trying to call Lekaraba to send me questions because the network is bad. I'll come back now.
Okay, sure, Honorable Hlongo. I'll just allow for that handover of questions. Thank you. And then you may proceed, Honorable Hlongo.
Okay, thank you, Chair. Thank you, Chair. The first questions will go to the department. Is there only one person working on the progressing of invoices? If so, why is that the case? And if not, why would they not further process the outstanding invoice within the prescribed 30 days? Secondly, has a central repository been developed to register invoices received as proposed? If not, why not? Number 3, what are the time frames and financial costs attached to the implementation of National Register of Tourist Guide implementation system? 4 is in more detail how did the department promote South Africa's tourism interest through the G20 tourism meetings? The third question would be, what contributed to the administrative delays in finalizing the terms of reference for the appointment of a service provider to conduct condition assessments in the 5 heritage sites? 6, when will the progress report on the migration of TEF to another implementing agent be shared with members? And what is the implementation plan and time frames submitted to the implementing agent? 7, how many tourism monitors have been recruited in KZN, and how will the 1,500 target be split amongst the 9 provinces? Why was a concept document only developed for 1 province and not all 9 provinces? And what are the timeframes for the recruitment in other provinces? Number 8, what measures are being put in place to increase the representation of colored, Indian, and white employees at all levels of the organization? And then lastly, on the Department of Tourism, what plans are in place to address underspending going forward? Then we move on to South African tourism. The first question will be, noting that oversight trips declined in Q1 for 2025 to 8.3 million from 8.5 million in the previous financial year, with spending declining from 26 billion to 22.1 billion. What measures are you putting in place to address the regression and ensure greater improvement? The second question will be, how have you geared the G20 events towards boosting local domestic tourism as well, and not just international tourism? Third question will be, your performance in Q1 of the previous financial year was also sitting on 98% achievement. Is the entity making means to reach 100% performance and move from the stagnation of 98%? What are the 8 initiatives that you have put in place to promote compliance, integrity, and ethical conduct in the procurement of goods and services? And how have they contributed to the Operation Clean Audit campaign? Fifth question would be noting that South African tourism received a qualified audit opinion for the second consecutive year in the previous financial year, primarily due to poor record keeping, lack of daily controls, and leadership instability. What corrective measures are you putting in place and implementing daily to contribute to the targets of a clean audit opinion at the end of this financial year? Sixth question, what is contained in the reviewed operation model of the entity that has been achieved towards its optimal functioning? And then lastly, noting that the phased approach for the development of the trailer application digital platform was not approved due to an oversight within the responsible business unit, which affected the timely submission for approval. What was the oversight committed, and what form of consequence management has been enforced in this regard? And then I think she sent me another message. Okay, yeah, that would be all. Thank you, Chair. From Comrade Likaraba, Honorable Likaraba. Chair, was I clear?
You were clear, Ms. Longo?
Okay.
I think the chair is cut off. Honorable Tito can continue with the questions.
Thanks, Chairperson. Greetings to my colleagues, the Minister, the Deputy Minister, and everyone who is present. Chair, I want to emphasize on the issue of non-payments of service providers within the 30 days process. We heard from the DG, Mr. Vele, stating that someone was on leave during the process of the payment, meaning that he or she left it halfway. And Mr. Vele, as the upper structure, it's your duties to ensure that these kind of things don't happen. Whenever a person is going to leave, we must make sure that they execute their work before so that the other person can proceed. So meaning that in the department we only have one person who is doing those payments, and these are the issues which the AG was highlighting as the downfall of the department. So please, Mr. Mvele, we must make sure that next time these kind of issues are not coming to the committee, and then you now, as the upper structure, you have already sorted them out. Minister, on the issue of the G20 summit, which was happening here in South Africa, is concluded now. So can you maybe tell us which small dorpies have benefited, and then you can also specify maybe per province, maybe in this province, these kind of service providers from the small dorpies were used for the G20 meetings like that. And on the issue of the contract, Chairperson, I also have a concern because of we know that our contracts, it's 3 years contracts, but currently now we are seeing a contract of 2026 until 2030. Can maybe you guys give us a highlight why now certainly on this contract of meetings in Daba Africa, it's a 5-year contract and then it's not a 3-year contract. Can you maybe give us the processes on why did you guys now end up now giving this kind of contract of a contract for 5 years, not for 3 years? Thanks, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Tito. I think that was the last hand. Disang, was that the last hand?
Yes, Madam Chair.
Okay, thank you so much. Thank you, honorable members, for your deliberations, your questions, remarks that you've made. I'll now hand over to Minister to also interact with some of the issues raised, as well as the department as well as SAT. Minister can then decide, in which order the department as well as SAT will answer. Thank you so much. Over to you, Minister.
Thank you, Honourable Chairperson. I will propose through you, Chair, that the Department of Tourism can start on the first quarter report, and then thereafter SAT can start. And also, if the department and SAT are not able to answer all of the administration questions, that we must commit that we will then respond in writing. DG, over to you.
Thank you, Minister. I will ask Dr. Ngomane to go through quickly the questions related to the filling of positions, SAT's first quarter report, and what are some of the issues that we have highlighted. But perhaps that one I can briefly indicate that some of the things that we have highlighted there would relate to the turnaround times with regards to the filling of the positions, which is something that was also identified by AGSA, particularly the positions at EXCO level. And also some of the other things that we have communicated to SAT is turnaround time issues with regards to matters pertaining to Parliament, particularly the parliamentary questions, but also these issues with regards to the matter that Minister raised right at the beginning in terms of making sure that we are able to bring the documents to the committee in time. Then I will also request Asma Tonki, DDG Sitwaba, to speak to some of the information related to TF in terms of actual performance issues that were raised, and then there were a couple of questions that were raised. I don't know, Minister, if I should leave the G20 to the Minister. I think there were questions that were raised there also by Honourable Garaba. I would recommend, Minister, I leave those questions to the Minister. And then there were questions around monitors, which I would ask that Asmatang you also speak to in terms of the recruitment. Mohit, briefly, also speak to the issue of the processing of invoice and the people that we have actually employed in that particular division and how they work and their numbers and the whole separation of duties and so on that we've done with regards to that. So it will be Sipot, then Mohith, then Ausmati Tonki.
Thank you so much, DG. Honorable Chairperson, I'll start with the questions from Honorable Shongo with regards to the filling of vacancies as to how far is the department with this process. Let me indicate that the department is going through the recruitment drive to ensure that all the vacant positions are filled within the department. As at the Q1, we had 67 vacant positions. We have since advertised to date 40 of those vacant positions. And of these 40 positions that have been advertised, 23 positions have been filled to date as at 17 November 2025. We are currently busy with all the other recruitment processes in terms of shortlisting so that we can fast track the filling of all the other positions. And the other remaining positions as well, we are actually going to advertise them very soon. In terms of the movement of staff as a result of the organizational realignment process and the number of staff that are affected by this process, let me indicate to the honorable members that this process of organizational realignment is still underway. It has not yet been concluded. As soon as we receive the recommendations in terms of where the organization should be realigned, that is then that we will consider the options and implement that accordingly. The process is anticipated to be completed by the fourth quarter, the first between January and March 2026. The question that has been asked by Honorable Haraba on the representation of the colors, Indian whites in all occupational levels, we have noted the comment and then also want to indicate that all the positions are advertised openly through the DPSA circular, all positions irrespective of the levels. But as part of our improvement in terms of the digital transformation strategy, we are considering to move towards the e-recruitment process where all the citizens will have an opportunity to apply through the recruitment processes via digital line where they don't have to submit any forms whatsoever, but they can actually apply online. So these are some of the initiatives that we are trying to bring as a department to ensure that we are inclusive in terms of our recruitment process. Thank you so much, teaching.
Muit.
Thank you, DG. In terms of the invoice processing, we have 3 points at which invoices are delivered into the organization. But first I should say that payments are generated in response to invoices, and invoices are received as a consequence of orders being issued. So there's three points that through which invoices flow. So the first unit to generate orders is our travel management team, who make bookings for departmental staff that travel. So the bulk of your invoices in terms of, and which are travel related, are received in that unit. So they then verify that service has been delivered. They match the order forms with the invoices. They package that and they send it to finance for processing. And that's the one unit that receives invoices. The second one is actually in the SCM unit. Now, the SCM unit works on what we call a Logos system, and they do the procurement and they use Logos to issue orders, and then when they receive invoice into their space, they then capture that onto the Logos system, and then the actual physical invoice is then handed over to finance for closing off the payment process on the local system. And then lastly, invoices, the sundry invoices, we call them, the balance of invoices, are also received directly in finance, and we process them in terms of paying them and doing whatever else is necessary. So the systems used, I mentioned Logos, which is used by the SCM unit, and then there's the BAS system, which is the ultimate finance system used by the department and across a lot of government departments. So then in a nutshell, there are therefore 3 points of entry of invoices into the department. In terms of the number of staff, there are a few staff in SCM that receive these invoices, and where the shortcoming of the one invoice that was not paid, that occurred there, where the invoice was actually captured on the system but was not released by someone else. So we've closed that gap in terms of, as the DG has pointed out earlier, they've closed that gap in terms of putting in a specific oversight into the system lists to ensure that any invoices that captured there are going forward are managed in a better way. In terms of the staff in finance, we have a small creditors unit that receives all these invoices. whether they emanate from the travel unit or the supply chain unit or directly to themselves, is consisting of about 6 people. They then do the processing in terms of capturing and authorizing it in that unit. I must say there are vacancies in the creditors unit, which does affect the speed of processing, and that is being addressed through the filling of vacancies. Yes, that in a nutshell is the way the invoices are entering the organization and the units that are responsible for processing them. Thank you, Chair. Thanks, DG.
Thank you. DG Sipra.
Thank you, DG. Thank you, Minister and Honorable Chairperson. Thank you for the questions, honorable members. I'll start with the questions that relates to the implementation of the Tourism Monitors Program. The annual target is to recruit, train and place 1,500 tourism monitors across the 9 provinces. With the opportunity that was presented by the G20 tourism meetings that were happening in KZN, we sourced or we recruited 50 tourism monitors. These are the monitors that have been in the program and they have received the full training on general security practices. We trained them on what was demanded in terms of receiving our visitors and to freshen their knowledge in terms of being their visibility in terms of safety for the attendees of the G20 tourism meetings. The concept that we had developed was for the implementation of the 1,500 across the 9 provinces. It was not only for KZN. And this concept necessitated that we speak to provinces. We also talk to entities where the monitors will be placed, and the number in terms of the distribution across provinces is a matter of agreement with provinces where they were able to indicate their needs. They were able to indicate the sites that they will want monitors to be placed, and in that order, we are able to meet their needs by distributing the number of monitors that would be identified through those consultations for placement. We have since finalized the recruitment and selection of tourism monitors, and we know where they will be placed after training. This was achieved during Q2. There was a question again about why the delay in the approval of the concept. We are already saying the concept is developed through a lot of consultations, and in the previous financial years, there were quite a number of delays in the appointment of service providers. You will find service providers not necessarily responding to some of the specifications that we would have put out. In this current financial year, we were seeking ways in terms of running the Tourism Monitors Program in an efficient way, and also including a collaboration with the Pathway Management and Network, so that we can be able to set pathways, career development for the tourism monitors, and also to make sure that once they are trained, there's opportunities for them to be absorbed within the sector or the security cluster. Those negotiations really took time with the Pathways Management Network, but also we were negotiating with entities such as SunParks, SMVelo, the Airports Company, of South Africa is Mangaliso, to determine their role. How are they coming on board in terms of enhancing the program, and also if they can come on board in terms of us increasing the numbers for the tourism monitors. We had to consult each and every one of them and make sure that they really come on board in terms of assisting us with the implementation and also enhancing the program. So by the time the concept was submitted, we didn't make it in terms of the cutoff date of reporting on the first quarter. I'll go again to the review. Honorable Linde asked about the review of the incentives. The review, it was only one program, the market access program, that was halted pending the review. But we have since received approval. We have been able to take the input that begin to say to us, how then do we make it accessible, like especially in terms of advertising for or calling for applications towards the market access. The intention there, the first point was for us to ensure that our call for application is accessible, and again, we do not put a lot of barriers in terms of people when they want to demonstrate their interest to be considered for market access. That we have been able to do, and we have received approval to continue with the project. Recently, I think that was from last week, DG, we have been able to put adverts in social media calling for interested SMMEs to apply for market access. But the Green Tourism Incentive Program, the Tourism Transformation Fund, are continuing in terms of implementation. Our partners, NEF and the IDC, are busy with processes to be able to deal with applications. I think in terms of the questions related to the TEF, we do have information. CETFA does continue to report. We always, because the information is with them. When we want to know about the number of projects that are at different stages of applications, they do that information. We do have it. The jobs that will be created by those projects, especially those that were awarded even before the suspension of the TEF, we do have that information, including the economic value of those projects that have reached a stage where they have been adjudicated and successfully adjudicated upon. So we can provide this information. The migration is a target it's an annual target. I'm going to leave that to the minister and to the DG to be able to articulate where we are in terms of the migration, but in terms of reports and the information concerning what is within a CETFA, we do insist that those reports come, and we are informed. A report can come and a DG to be able to share with the portfolio committee where information is within the domain of the department. Thank you.
No, thank you, DG. The Honourable Chairperson, the other question was, I think it was Honourable Shongo who asked as to when is the Tourism Growth Partnership Plan going to Cabinet. through the Minister, I can, Honorable Chairperson, state that it has gone through all the other stages, whether it is the cluster of Directors General, whether it is the cluster, the economic cluster of ministers, and now it is ready to go to cabinet. So we do hope that before the end of the calendar year 2025, we would be having that document having served in cabinet. The TEF, there is quite a lot of lessons that we get as we go through this particular process. And some of those may have implications, I would say, for what ultimately would be the final direction on the matter. And I suppose once that has fully been dealt with, there would then be a report that would be provided. But that's as far as I can go in terms of this, because internally we still engaged fully. What I can confirm is that the TEF CITFA agreement still does remain in place for now, and the, what do we call this, the how did we identify others and so on? I think Minister may speak to that. But at some point there was an indication of possibilities of either the PIC or the DBSA and so on, but I think Minister would speak to that more. Of course, in the main, we were looking for organizations that are within government, but it should also ideally be organizations with which we don't have too much exposure, so that we don't actually place all our eggs in one basket, so to say. But I will leave it at that for now, and I will hand back to the Minister. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, DG. Honourable Chairperson, if I may, before SAT comes in, just make a few comments on the department's responses. The first one, Honourable Chairperson, is around the Tourism Growth Partnership Plan. It will go before the Economic ESIT Cabinet Committee tomorrow on the 26th, and it's on the Cabinet agenda for the 4th of December. And so far it has passed through the cabinet cycle, like DG has said. It's passed by the economic cluster. It's also passed by the DG cluster. So I don't foresee any problems going forward. The other question by Honourable Ishmael, it is the previous board, the Tottenham board, like you call them, that was declared delinquent by the SIU. And we are planning now jointly with the SIU to take an application to court. It's only a court of law that can declare anybody delinquent. So that process is ongoing. I had a discussion with Advocate Mothibe over the weekend at Nasrec, and we are going to speed that application to the courts. We're going to speed it up. The SIU is just snowed under with a lot of work. And concerning the question around forensic reports, I do agree that we need to table these reports to the Portfolio Committee. And if a meeting is scheduled by the Honourable Chairperson, we can certainly do so. In terms of the MINMEC meeting, the MINMEC meeting took place immediately after the end of the first quarter, in the first week of the second quarter. The meeting took place, and the reasons for that was that both the department and myself, we were engaged in G20 activities that were scheduled, before we had agreed on the date for the MINMAC. The MINMAC meeting will proceed in this quarter on the 4th of December. Then on the G20, we have now started, after the leaders event, very successful event, to start doing an audit of the impact of the G20 on South Africa. And of course, since January this year, up till the leaders meeting this weekend, we had more than 135 business events, working group meetings, ministerial meetings, and we need to do the auditing of that. Stats SA has just released the October figures, and we have seen an increase of more than 1.2 million visitors in October. For the first 8 months of the year, we've seen 1.1 million more visitors compared to 2024. We've also seen an increase, and for the first time, the United States of America has overtaken the United Kingdom with the number of arrivals from the United States of America. And we also have got a regional breakdown that I don't have with me now from all the other regions of the world. But according to Stats SA figures released today, on the overnight visitors, tourists, from January to October, in the same period in 2024, we had 7.2 million visitors, and for 2025, we had 8.56 million visitors. So in the month of October alone, we have seen an increase from 705 visitors in 2024 to 927. So we are busy doing the auditing now, and once we have, collate and reconcile all the figures and the impact on, for instance, Gauteng, with the heads of state meeting being hosted there. I don't have as yet all the figures, but the teams have started working on it now, because some of the delegations came earlier and traveled around the country, and some of them even stayed behind after the leaders' visit. So if once we have done the audit, honourable members, honourable chair, we can then submit a full report to the committee. Concerning the Tourism Equity Fund, again, it's limbo, very, very slow. I had a meeting with the DG and DDG Madadonke to look at how we can mitigate, and because I called the meeting because my biggest fear is that unless we get accurate figures of how much is in the fund, how much have been spent, where was it spent, we cannot make a decision for the next financial year whether to recapitalize the fund. But the other concern that I have is that if that money is not spent by the 31st of March 2026, we will have to return some money to National Treasury. I will ask the Honourable Portfolio Committee if they can allow the DG and myself in the DDG. I have requested for a meeting where we have everybody in the same room. SIVDA, the department, the new CEO of SIVDA, so that, we just catch up instead of sending emails and then waiting for a response. It has just been very, very slow. So I will ask the indulgence of the committee to give us till early next year to come and give the committee a full update, one, of the processes, where we are going to, and then secondly, after we have considered the existing status of the funds with SIVDA. So if we can do this in the first quarter, in the fourth quarter of the financial year, I will appreciate if the honourable members can allow us at that time, so that we give you factual information about where exactly we are with the fund. Also, the DDG Madadonki Sitwaba, she engaged with them on a regular basis. But what is also impacted on SIVDA is that the merging of the two entities into SIVDA, and that also impacted on the work of the Department of Tourism. So if that is permissible, Chairperson, we can bring you a full report in the fourth quarter, which is January to March next year. So I just wanted to add that to the department. And if there are any other questions that we have not covered, we will certainly respond to the committee in writing. I thank you, Honourable Chairperson, and I will ask SAT to now deal with their questions. Daryl?
Thank you, Minister, very much, and Honourable Chair and members. Before we start, if I can just acknowledge the comment in the chat from Honourable Lekharaba, who indicated that she's pleased to see improvement in our presentation. Just thank you for the comments. It's always good to get positive feedback. In terms of the way forward, I'm going to ask the Acting Chief Marketing Officer to answer the questions pertaining to her area of responsibility. We're then going to go to the Acting CFO, who will deal with finance, audit, and procurement related questions. We're then going to come back into the office here, and the Chief Quality Assurance Officer will speak to the numbers, and then I'll speak to some of the domestic questions we received, as well as information pertaining to the operating model and the employment equity stats. So I'm going to hand over to Tandiwe, who's going to do the marketing related questions.
Good afternoon, Chair. Good afternoon, Honourable Minister, the Honourable Deputy Minister, members of Parliament, DG, CEO of South African Tourism, and all the colleagues on the call. I am going to tackle two of the questions that have been asked by the honourable members. The first one being around the Traveller app and the reasons for the delay. So the reason for the delay is that there was a phased approach that was needed to have been submitted by EXCO, and that did not get to EXCO by the end of Q1. So therefore, that meant that that particular deliverable rendered red as part of the performance. However, systems have been put in place. We do have a weekly meeting with the Traveller app project team to ensure that we continue to reach the necessary milestones. And we are well on our way in ensuring that we do so. So the Traveller app, as it is a very exciting platform that we are also looking forward to also hopefully one day present to the members, so that we can show what it is that we're doing as an entity. It is something that quite a few destinations have also been doing. It is a consolidated platform for all information pertaining to our destination. So we're quite excited about it. We will start it off on a web-based platform, and then we'll move to Android and iOS, just so that we have a phased approach to it. And also to ensure, just to update the members, to ensure that the Traveller app is really optimal for us, we are also engaging in some focus groups before we actually go live with it. So we are on track with that one. And then just in terms of our global brand campaign and the question that was asked around our ROI. So what we are currently doing now is that we are now tracking the performance of our campaign, because we do need to give the campaign a little bit of time in the market for us to be able to see how it's performing. We have, of course, received anecdotal feedback, from various partners and from various stakeholders as well around what is deemed to be working and perceived not to be working about the campaign. So that we are also still tracking. We do have some digital analytics performance data that we could also share with the members, but those will be very, very much for the initial phase of the campaign, but definitely we would be able to share that with the members. We don't have those in hand, but I think what is important now is that as we look to go into phase 2 or rather into an enhanced global brand campaign, we're engaging in a process where we are doing a quick focus group as well, just to get a sense from the people that the campaign is targeted at in terms of how it is that it's been perceived and how we can then, repackage it accordingly so that we can receive the best, out of it. And I think those were the questions for myself.
Thank you, Tandiwe. I'm going to ask Takalani to take the questions for audit, finance, and procurement. Thank you, Takalani.
Thank you, Acting CEO. Thank you, Chairperson, Honorable Minister, Deputy Minister, and the DG and Portfolio Committee and colleagues. I will respond on areas in terms of the finance, procurement, and audit matters. Firstly, because of also of time, in terms of the TOMSA levies, we have worked in terms of reprioritization and ensuring that our spending are optimized through the budget optimization process that we have established, which looks also in terms of the cost. So the non-payment of the levies had not impacted in terms of the delivery or the successful delivery of those marketing activities. However, there are continuous engagement between SAT, even at the higher level of the CEO and board, in addressing or engagement with the TBCSA in relation to the TOMSA. There are also scheduled meetings even in the coming months. The other question was also relating to the discrepancy on the numbers of the contract value on the contract register, or the precision on the contracts, active contracts. This is what has been spent. It's important that we can just highlight that the value that is also presented is in relation to a multi-year contract and with some minimum of 3 years. And there was question also of the 5-year. Why are we doing 5 years? This is the 3-year. Ordinarily for normal goods and services contracts, post 2020, we have been implementing 3-year contract, except for the strategic projects such as the Meetings Africa and Africa's Travel Indaba, and now the EMC or Exhibition Management Company that manage the 2 events. These are the only contracts that are on a 5-year, and the Meetings Africa and Africa's Travel Indaba, even post from 2018 to the one that expired, were also running on a 5-year because of the strategic nature of the projects and how we also leverage on the cost and also value for money in terms of the negotiations and the packs that comes in when we're negotiating for a long-term contract. But the rest of the contracts remain on 3-year. There was also question on the WWP contract that is on 5-year, is because it was started prior to the 2020, but after that we do not have those contracts except for the contracts that are aligned to Meetings Africa and the ATI. There was also a question on how many contracts do we have with WWP. We can confirm that we only had 1 contract with WWP, but it was that 5-year multi-year contract that expired on the 31st of August 2025. So currently we don't have any activities or projects awarded to WWP. The ones that would have been reflected would be highlighting the activities that are within within that contract of 5 years that expired on the 31st of August 2025. The issue of the recovery in terms of the 4.1 million, there was engagement with the service provider as far back as 2024 September in terms of being notified about the recovery that the AG has declared or qualified the expenditure as material irregularity that warrants the recovery of the loss that was experienced by the state post September 2024. As part of that communication, we then align or work around the invoices that were due, that were within or that were compliant, and in November, as part of that process of recovery, was concluded in terms of that recovery of the full 4.1 million as declared by the Auditor General. We further communicate, even met with the service provider, and lastly, we communicated in writing also in July to get the confirmation where they also acknowledged that the amount has been recovered in full. However, the only issues that they raised was that they deemed that they've delivered the service. It was more of argument of that they've delivered the service, and we're saying, and the AG, that the service was not delivered. So the amount has been recovered in full, so there's no loss post this recovery in November 2024. And still matter that is under review by also the Auditor General to close out and after completion of the full material irregularity process. There was also a question on the revenue on the grading side from finance side. The recognition is based on the receipt or the payment. Hence, on the other side, in terms of the performance, it's in relation to when they have approved the establishment, but the CQAO we can also further give details, Chief Quality Assurance Officer, in relation to how they run the grading process. Maybe what we will do, also what we pick up from this conversation is that in terms of explaining the discrepancy, even on the revenue, I think we'll have to work around ensuring that it's also not showing or having any confusion from the other side of the reporting for the non-financial performance. There was also a question on the qualification, that we had two qualifications in a row. What are we going to do different to ensure that we don't remain or we change the outcome? One, there's an OPCA, which is Operation Clean Audit, which then look also on the root causes. This has been further strengthened by the management, and we also had a debrief with the Auditor General a week ago, wherein we went through all the issues and agreed on the audit action plan that they said they also require the internal audit, which is another measure that we added to have internal audit going through with us throughout the process of the of clearing those qualification area than coming at the end during the preparation of the financial. So these are quite measures that we've put in place, and we have also recently just concluded filling up one of the vacancy that is also critical in terms of addressing or handling the financials, which were severely undercapacitated in that space. So we've recently just appointed or concluded the appointment on that. That additional capacity will be critical in terms of clearing and ensuring that we are not understaffed in terms of this area. I think I've covered all the areas that I've also noted in relation to procurement and audit. Or lastly, on the audit one, there was a question on the agreement or disagreement during the audit in relation to the the finding as raised by Honorable Ishmael. The issue also was in relation to the irregular expenditure that was confirmed during the 23-24 financial year, and it required investigation on it. And as part of that investigation, the recommendation from the investigation also required that there should be a determination of value for money achieved for that specific service, and that process has been it's on an advance to finalize, and we can confirm that even those irregular expenditures that have been highlighted have not been paid, but we have just recognized that we are liable to, but we are also trying to cross all and ensuring that everything is in order. And as indicated during the presentation, we did not incur or having any confirmed irregular expenditure for the period of 24-25, and the last was the 23-24 for the 24 million, which is currently in the process of based on the investigation and the reviews on consequence management before the condonation process takes place. I think that would be all. Thank you.
Thank you, Takalani. Minister, I see you unmuted. Would you like to add something before we go to Bronwyn?
No, you can proceed.
Oh, apologies. Okay, I'm going to just hand over to the Chief Quality Assurance Officer, the question from Honourable Linda, just to address the numbers, and then I will close out with some responses that I notice haven't yet been dealt with.
Thank you very much, Chair. Good afternoon, Minister, members, and thank you very much for your time this afternoon. In response to Honourable Linda's question regarding the grading numbers, I'd just like to acknowledge that the process for grading is a membership period over a period of 1 year, where members are required to pay their membership fees up front. And noting that prior to Q1, we had quite a big promotion of the free grading to prepare us for G20, which boosted our membership numbers in the previous quarter, which is in fact where you would have had a lot of that recognized. So what you're seeing is a rollover of a 12-month grading membership carrying on into the subsequent months, happening in the first quarter of this fiscal. And I think to the acting CFO's point, acknowledge that our description could be better in future. So thank you very much for that input and feedback.
Thank you very much, Bronwyn. Honourable Chair, I'm just going to close out with a couple that I've noticed have yet to be addressed. Honourable Flongo, Honourable I think it was Licharaba and Honourable Linda all mentioned the operating model as well as recruitment. So I'm just going to address that as one. Our goal and intention with revisiting our organizational structure is to try and create efficiencies within the business using things like automation, digitization, and very importantly, driving productivity. So I think that's the foundation for which we are reviewing our organizational structure. The question that was asked, I think it was by Honourable Longo, was specifically framed in the manner of addressing leadership, and particularly women in leadership. I think just to reiterate, if you look at the employment numbers for South Africa specifically, not our international offices, in South Africa, the component that is women is 66%. And whilst I do acknowledge that the comment was about leadership and women in leadership, I think it's also important to mention that we have recently appointed a new Chief Convention Bureau officer, which is a woman, and we also have concluded and are awaiting the imminent arrival of a new Chief Audit Executive or Head of Internal Audit, who is also a female. So that will also help us in terms of the women in leadership representation. I just want to also mention, because it was mentioned by most in fact all three of the honourable members, particularly pertaining to disability. It is a key driver. The human capital team are working to try and ensure that we do meet these targets. I can say that every time we advertise for new roles, we encourage those who do have disabilities to apply, and also to acknowledge that South African tourism, and specifically Bojanala House, is very well equipped to house and to host employees who do have disabilities. So we are perfectly poised to meet these numbers. It's just a question of finding finding the right candidates who can help us to meet this employment equity target. Honourable Legaraba also mentioned the quarterly performance of last year versus this year, and whether or not we are intending to try to meet our 100% target. And I can just reaffirm that South African Tourism, the executive team, are absolutely committed at every available opportunity to try best to meet 100% of our targets. Quarter 2 and quarter 3, hopefully we'll be able to give members of this committee just reaffirmation that that is in fact the case. And then the last question I'm going to address before we conclude is the one about overnight trips. The Minister did mention in her remarks between our two presentations that the latest statistics have been released by Stats South Africa. We are very eager to review them and to engage with them, which we will be doing later today, to see how it's affected or what the impact has been on domestic tourism, in specific overnight trips, because we have noted a stagnation and in some cases a decline. The domestic marketing team, the domestic team have worked extensively with various different partnerships, but have spent a lot of time and invested a lot of effort in this year's travel week, which took place in the first, or I think it was the second week, the 8th to the 14th of September. And that particular initiative is geared to try and encourage, with significant discounts on product and trade providers, to try and encourage more and more South Africans to actually spend a night as opposed to just doing a day trip. So we're very eager to review the statistics that have been released today to see what impact Travel Week has had on the overnight trips as opposed to the day trips. And I think, again, just to reiterate, that's about affordability. It's really about getting people to travel who in the past potentially wouldn't have had the means in order to secure overnight accommodation in whichever destination they choose to travel to. I think, Honourable Chair, if I'm not mistaken, we have covered all of the questions to my knowledge. If we have omitted any in error, again, just to confirm, we are more than happy to deal with those and respond in the written form. Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Minister.
Thank you, Daryl. Honourable Chair, if I might just make a few remarks. Regarding the awarding of contracts for 5 years, I did write to SAT on the 11th of November to seek clarification about this process and the National Treasury Regulation 16A 6.4. And they gave me an explanation as to how it can be done, that you can have a 5-year contract, because most contracts are for 3 years. And I am now going to investigate and see whether the process followed by SAT to award 5-year contracts have been complied with. Because the regulation, there is another instruction from National Treasury that speaks of procurement by other means. And I'm not certain what exactly by other means mean, and whether it does include that you can go into a 5-year contract. So I'm busy investigating it, because the procurement by other means, we also have to report the procurement to the National Treasury and the Auditor General of South Africa within 14 days as part of the compliance. So once I have further engaged with SAT and National Treasury to seek clarification on how you go about 5-year contracts, then I will be able to bring a report to the committee. Because what I've seen is that the contract relating to Meetings Africa and to the Africa Travel Indaba, Meetings Africa is being awarded from 2026 to 2030. And the same with the Africa Travel Indaba from 2026 to 2030. So if the committee will just allow me to conclude this investigation including consulting with National Treasury about the process of going for a 5-year instead of a 3-year contract, then I will be able to come back to the committee with a full report. Also, SAT did not respond to the 2% disability failure. It is indeed a big failure. And SAT must provide us, what they are going to do to achieve this target. 2% is very low. And they have to start by, when they do the advertising, they need to include also disability. But we do need urgent action around that as soon as possible. Also, honorable members, it was suggested the last time that I engage with TBCSA and SAT after the CEO of TBCSA gave the committee a report. I've requested SAT to give me the date when they will be meeting with TBCSA and with the TOMSA board so that I can attend that meeting. So I've already asked the Chief Executive Officer to supply me with the dates by when they will be meeting so that we can give a feedback to the committee. Thank you, Honourable Chairperson. I think now, Honourable Chair, we need to go back now to also the contracts, unless Honourable Chair directed how do we proceed. Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you, Honourable Minister, and the team from SAT as well as the department for interacting with all of our questions and deliberations. I would just like to make a few closing remarks. And I want to just put it on record and state here that, today at least we would have wanted to see the SAT board here. So it is really regrettable. And it's not acceptable that the board were not present in today's important meeting where the quarterly report and the contract matters that have led to the SIU proclamation by the President were discussed. This really just signifies a lack of appreciation of the seriousness of poor governance at the entity. The department will be invited to present the plans developed in the first quarter, especially the Tourism Growth Partnership Plan. The committee minutes of 18 November 2025 will be sent to the Minister, as there are various important resolutions taken on growing domestic tourism that need the attention of the Minister. The department will be invited to present a progress report on the court cases, as there is information in the public domain that some of the departmental staff are not cooperating with law enforcement agencies. The committee will await the findings of the Special Investigations Unit on maladministration at SA Tourism to ascertain the next steps on contracts. And with regards to SAT contracts, the information needed would have included the type of contract, procurement process, amounts of contracts, amounts spent or paid, goods delivered or not delivered according to scope of contracts, challenges on each contract, including delays in payments, issues emanating from contract management, investigations against certain contracts, and other relevant information. So in my office, I am sitting with some complaints from certain service providers relating to general contract management and delays in payments. As a committee, we needed to satisfy ourselves that the entity is doing things by the book. And of concern was also the amount of contracts given to particular contractors. For example, the 770 million contract awarded to one service provider and Treasury approval for the multi-year contracts per stipulation of the PFMA and other regulatory issues. And I think Minister have touched on it and said that she will come back to us on that matter. SA Tourism must include full economic indicators in all future quarterly reports to the committee. SA Tourism should develop and implement an anti-corruption strategy. Additionally, we also want to see SA Tourism providing the committee with a full report on all international hubs and KPIs for each hub. This should include information on how these hubs are selected in line with marketing prioritization investment framework. Then they need to table all of the forensic reports for the department and SA Tourism to the committee. We need to have that forensic reports tabled to us. And then the department should engage CIDFA that whilst the process of migration to the new service provider is underway, that all the allocated funds for the financial year are committed through expediting approvals for applications already in the pipeline. And then this will, of course, assist in preventing funds from being returned to National Treasury. So those are my closing remarks for our today's meeting. Desang, do we still have our set of minutes? And then I would release the minister, the DM, and the people from the department and SAT, and then we will interact with our minutes.
Yes, Chair, we do have one set of minutes, but there was an oversight in terms of the documents that were sent out. They were not sent out. It was the minutes of the 18th, Chair.
Okay.
I'm not sure if the committee would go through them or we leave them for now.
Okay, then it's fine. I think then it will stand over for next week.
Thank you, Honourable Chair, and thank you, Honourable members.
Okay, with that said, thank you so much, everyone on the platform, and thank you for attending today's meeting. Thank you so much.
Chairperson,
yes, Desang?
Just to inform you, next week there's going to be debates. So there are no portfolio committee meetings taking place next week.
Oh, the BRRR reports. Okay, yeah, no, yes. Yeah, correct.
So this is technically our last meeting for the portfolio committee for the year.
Okay, thank you so much, Desang, for reminding me. So if we do not see each other next week, and I think we are supposed to be full house because it's debate on our portfolio committees coming up as well on the 4th of December. So we'll hopefully see each other next week, everyone. And I hope that the officers have already communicated to some of you. Then we will be able to say proper goodbye next week to each other. With that said, the meeting is closed for today. Have a blessed day further.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Chair. Bye.
Thank you, Chair. Bye.